Chapter 484, 190 Lien and Mu family's true prodigy _3 suppress each other. Would he come if Bai Lien persuaded him? Ji Xiaojun also wasn't sure, but Ji Hing had too many things in Purist Street that he couldn't bear to part with. Niece, the butler recalled Bai Lien, but the impression wasn't deep. I remember, isn't she a high school student? Yes, Ji Xiaojun nodded, she's about to take the college entrance exam. When she comes to Jiangjing, my dad may not be able to let go of his worries. The butler nodded, discussed today's tasks with Ji Xiaojun, and then left. After going out, the middle-aged man with glasses beside him couldn't help but ask, Mr. J.'s niece? She's now in Xiangqing, the butler replied. After Ji Xiaojun came back, they only checked on Ji Xiaojun and Ji Sheirong's information. As for Shenqing, Bai Lien, and the others, they hardly did any research. The college entrance exam is starting again this year, They didn't talk much about Bai Lien, and the topic quickly shifted elsewhere. This year, only one person from the collateral branches is taking the college entrance exam, the middle-aged man said softly. I am not expecting him to achieve the top position like Mr. Mu Qiong, but it would be a blessing from Mr. Mu Qiong in heaven if he makes it into the top 10, the butler said, trembling as he leaned on his cane and stepped down the stairs. The next day. 6 o'clock. Bai Lien woke up and as soon as she opened her bedroom door, she heard the faint sound of a TV from the living room. Ji Hing woke up very early today. He cooked porridge and bought fried dough sticks and egg pancakes, now sitting in the living room watching the local TV station's news. Today, Qi Yundai would personally check on Zhang Xiai's, leaving Bai Lien and Jiang Fulai some time to themselves. Bai Lien leisurely finished brushing her teeth and went to the small room next door, where a carving machine was placed, surrounded by a pile of other tools she had taken apart. Ji Heng would always come here when he couldn't find something. She sat on a small stool, with two almost identical pieces of clear-bottomed jade on the machine table. The jade had plenty of water, and at nearly 1 centimeter thickness, it was transparent even against the hand, but due to cracks and a small piece of yellow jade, both had flaws, so they were priced low. For 20,000 yuan, the seller probably didn't dare to ask for a high price from Mao Kun, and gave them to Mao Kun at the raw stone's original price. The two pieces of jade had been roughed out, the main outlines of the god of longevity and the Kailan were fully sketched, with the approximate shapes pushed out, and the high and low points were clear. Bai Lien picked up a piece of jade and started to outline the god of longevity's finer details on the roughened surface. She skillfully incorporated the peach onto the spot of yellow jade. Her drawing skills were always good, but her carving skills hadn't caught up. She had been studying the jade carving machine for over half a month and after she finished drawing, she used a triangular awl to outline the edges. Bai Lien's drawing looked pretty, but the carving turned out to be passable at best, not particularly attractive. She lowered her head, slowly finished the rough outline, made a few more adjustments, then put down the jade pendant, feeling that she should stop for the day or risk ruining it. That she hadn't wrecked the piece until today was entirely because it was expensive, and she didn't dare apply too much force. When she stepped out of the room, she immediately saw Jiang Fulai standing under the banyan tree. It wasn't quite 8 o'clock, and the sunlight wasn't too intense. Specks of light scattered through the leaves and landed on his face, which was mostly cast in shadow. He wore a casual white outfit, a printed paper curled in his left hand as he lightly tapped it against his palm. I didn't see you come out, he said with his back to the sunlight, standing under the shade of the tree, speaking at a leisurely pace. I thought you might have forgotten while watching TV. He looked at Bai Lien, his light-colored eyes concentrating, but since he didn't see her, he had come to find her. Bai Lien was rarely late. After saying a word to Ji Hing, she left with Jiang Fulai. After they left, the aunt by Ji Hing's side smiled and spoke with a bit of emotion, Uncle Ji, look how great Xiaojiang is, and alien too. When little Shen was sick, you saw how she was even steadier than you, if my own child could be 1% as worry-free as they are. Ji Hing put down his needle, heard the words, and just smiled without responding. Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai were both young, merely naive youths stepping into society in Ji Hing's eyes. Having been through so much, Ji Hing knew well that no one is born invincible or phoenix reborn. It takes immense ups and downs in life to reach such a state. After all his experiences, he felt he was not as stable as the two of them. Meanwhile, in Zhongjing, Shen Qing and Ji Shaojun both got up early. Ji Shaojun had finished his training and then asked his teacher for leave. During his time in Zhongjing with Shen Qing, when they had neither training nor classes, they rarely went out. This was the first time he asked the training manager for leave, who was momentarily stunned and quickly reported to the butler. The call from the butler came swiftly. Ji Shaojun had just left, and Shen Qing was checking the unfamiliar bus schedules. "Are you going out?" Every day Ji Shaojun was personally taught something, and it was only on weekends that the company's manager would take a break from teaching him hands-on skills. The butler was surprised by Ji Shaoyun's request for leave. "Is there an emergency?" Yes, Ji Shaojun had only found out the night before during rest time from Shen Qing that Bai Lian needed them to pick up something for her. "Alien needs us to pick up something, it's at." Chapter 485, 191 On behalf of Alien goes to Zhongjing University, broadcast, second update, _1 on the other end of the phone, the butler looked up at the curtain hanging in front of the door. He slowly let out a breath. When he received the manager's call, he thought Ji Shaojun must have had some important event to attend to and had no choice but to ask the manager for leave. He was now calling to ask if Ji needed any help. After hearing Ji Shaoyun's explanation, did he realize it was not a big deal but rather a task of fetching something for his niece? The butler was somewhat puzzled. From what he knew of Ji Shaojun, Ji was smart and could prioritize tasks. It seemed unlikely that Ji would do this. "You mean, you're taking leave?" the butler interrupted Ji Shaojun, discussing with him, "just to fetch something for your niece? It's not easy for the manager to find time to teach you. Is this thing so important that you have to fetch it?" "Alien rarely asks for my help," Ji Shaojun explained. Unable to persuade him, the butler said, "All right, then come back early." After hanging up the phone, the butler looked towards the direction of the curtain, from behind which an aged voice asked, "Ji Shaojun?" "Yes, him." The butler put his phone back in his pocket, leaned on his cane with one hand and placed the other on his chest, bowing slightly in a very humble manner. He took leave to fetch a package for his niece. "Actually, Mr. Ji is quite intelligent." The aged voice answered indifferently, then fell silent. He didn't ask what Ji Shaojun went to do, nor did he inquire who the niece was. After what the Mu family had been through with Mu Qiong, who else would dare claim to be smart? Others couldn't hold a candle to the late young master Mu Qiong in the eyes of the old master. The butler, with his head down, didn't wait for further instructions. He bowed slightly and left quietly. The Chang'an line. Shen Qing and Ji Shaojun got off the bus. Shen Qing looked across at Zhongjing University's quaint gatehouse with many people taking photos. "Are you sure it's here? Could Alien have made a mistake?" "Don't know." Ji Shaojun looked down at his phone, which displayed his conversation with Bai Lian, and he read it again. Chang'an District, 556 Zier Avenue, First Campus Administrative Building, Room 303 on the 3rd floor. Below it was a phone number. He led Shen Qing across the street, looked up at the address beside them, and confirmed it was number 556. Ji Shaojun rarely messaged Bai Lian, "Is your thing at Zhongjing University?" "Alien, yeah, Alien, what's up?" "Nothing much." Ji Shaojun silently put away the phone and approached the security guard. After checking their IDs and visitor log, the guard warmly let them in. "You two are heading to the complex building, right? See that bus stop in front?" Just take the bus when it comes, and get off at the 7th stop. Ji Xiaojun took note, walked towards the bus stop with calm composure, trying to appear as if it wasn't his first time at such a place. Shenqing clutched Ji Shane's sleeve, swallowed nervously, and looked around uneasily. Jiangjing University was a place beyond her wildest dreams. She had never imagined she would enter one day. What kind of thing does alien have here? With many students and some from other schools coming to attend lectures passing by, nobody seemed to notice they looked like country bumpkins marveling at sophisticated surroundings. Shenqing gradually relaxed. They soon found the administrative building and entered room 303. The office in room 303 was small, with a long table in the middle and 8 chairs on each side. 5 people were arranging documents inside. A round-faced man approached to ask whom Ji Xiaojun and Shenqing were looking for. Upon hearing they were fetching something for Bai Lian, the round-faced man's eyes widened. You are Bai Jian's uncle and aunt? Nice to meet you, uncle and aunt. Upon hearing the name Bai Jian, the other 4 people looked over curiously. The round-faced man shook hands with Ji Xiaojun and Shenqing, invited them inside, and poured them tea. Please wait, my colleague is bringing the memorabilia. In the meantime, he tried to subtly gather information about Bai Lian. Ji Xiaojun was cautious, always able to keep his composure. Holding his teacup, he expertly avoided their probing questions. The office staff didn't manage to learn much and were slightly disappointed. 10 minutes later, the memorabilia was delivered. The man handed it to Ji Xiaojun with a formal gesture. This is Bai Jian's student's commemorative medal. Ji Xiaojun looked at the exquisite gift box in the man's hand, with a landscape painting on the outside and just the word Liang. Not knowing what was inside, but seeing how seriously the man regarded it, he accepted with both hands. Thank you, comrade. You're welcome, the man smiled, looking down at the medal. This medal is quite hard to come by. Only 8 newcomers received it this year, and your niece is the first to not collect it in person. Chapter 486, 191 On behalf of Alien goes to Jiangjing University, broadcast, second update, _2 Upon hearing this, Ji Xiaojun was even more surprised. In his mind, he wondered, what kind of medal had Bai Lian actually received? At the end of March, the 31st. Sunday. Bai Lian came back from the library very early and after asking Wuxia about, come here friend, airing on the channel, she sat down in front of the TV with a stack of papers by 7 o'clock. Since there was an extra television in the house, Ji Hing had made 2 new chairs with backs in the last couple of days, placing them opposite the tea table. The TV screen wasn't big, but Ji Hing's living room was small, so the distance was just right. Director Chen sat near the door, with Ji Hing beside him, Jiang He next to Ji Hing, and Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai beside Jiang He. What's on TV today? Director Chen didn't know what was playing today. He sat beside Ji Hing, and the 2 of them shelled peanuts together. Is Great Yong airing yet? No, Director Chen remembered that Great Yong wasn't set to air until May. Yen Lu's variety show. Bai Lian listened to the commercial jingle and leisurely flipped a page of her paper. A pen was wedged between her right hand's pinky and ring fingers. Yen Lu, ah. Director Chen remembered this girl, he had dealt with her case before. Bai Lian's phone was on her lap, continuously vibrating with messages. The Class 15 group chat. Wuxia, email protected, everyone pay attention. Come here friend, is about to start. Wuxia, email protected, everyone pay attention. Come here friend, is about to start. Wuxia, email protected, Bai Lian, who's the admin, get him to manage this. Within 2 seconds, Wuxia had been removed as an admin. Wuxia, Pu Xiaohan, hey, baby. Bai Lian switched back to WeChat, where Ji Shane's video call had come through, and she answered it, turning the camera towards Ji Hing's side. On this side of the phone. Ji Xiaojun greeted Ji Heng and Director Chen, and upon seeing Director Chen there so late, he asked, Xiaochen, why are you all there? Yan Lu's TV show, Director Chen leaned in to explain to Ji Xiaojun, they are all prepared to support Yan Lu. Ji Xiaojun also remembered, right, I'm about to watch it, too. As he spoke, Ji Xiaojun turned on the TV and asked Director Chen which channel it was on. Shenqing didn't know how to operate the TV here, so she left it to Ji Xiaojun. Just then, the doorbell rang. She went to answer it. It was the butler and Xiaojia. Butler, Shenqing always behaved very formally towards the butler. She stepped back to let the butler Indiana. The butler walked a couple of steps inside just in time to hear Ji Xiaojun calling out to Xiaochen. Who is he talking to on the phone? He was a bit surprised. Ji Xiaojun had very few friends besides a group of students and colleagues, and the name didn't sound like Bai Lian or Ji Heng's. After closing the door, Shenqing explained, he's on the phone with his family. Alien's Friends TV show is starting tonight. Xiaochen is at her grandfather's house watching with Xiaojiang and Jiang He. As she spoke, Shenqing started to feel homesick. The butler felt a headache listening to the litany of names and raised his hand to stop her from continuing. Ji Xiaojun adjusted the TV and a smile appeared on his face. Right, the show hasn't started yet. Also, Alien, should I send you your medal? No need, Bai Lian's voice, somewhat distorted, came through the radio. They'll come to pick it up during the summer vacation. The butler quietly sat down on the sofa and placed his walking stick to the side. Shenqing talked to the butler, Alien's medal, it's very beautiful. The butler, lost in thought, gave a perfunctory upon hearing this, clearly not paying attention to Shenqing's mention of Bai Lian's medal. After Ji Xiaojun hung up the phone, the butler finally looked towards him. Now that the initial assessment phase is over, Mr. Ji, are you ready to change your surname and transfer your household registration? Ji Xiaojun was also quite silent. He had moved his household registration away when he got married to Shenqing. These things didn't matter, but changing his surname. Xiaojia stood next to the butler. Mr. Ji, once you transfer your registration, you'll have Jiangjing household registration, still within Chang'an district. Nowadays, so many people couldn't get Jiangjing registration even if they wanted to. I know, Ji Xiaojun nodded, they'll discuss it with my father tomorrow and then transfer. The butler knew Ji Xiaojun wouldn't refuse these things. He talked with Ji Xiaojun about some details and prepared for the gene verification. 8 o'clock. Come Here Friend started airing on the TV station on time. After the opening credits, the show featured Yan Lu welcoming teacher Mei Yi. They were fine on the variety show, it's just that they didn't talk much, lacking chemistry. The live commentary was blunt. These two are a bit dull, huh? Surely the whole episode isn't like this. They should bring on some industry insiders. There's another episode later. Aren't there a few students in the promo video too? What's Yan Lu doing? Like teacher Mei Yi hasn't eaten every kind of cake. Alright, the butler glanced at the television screen, where he saw a group of stars he didn't recognize in a car, apparently heading for a trip to Shangqing. He withdrew his gaze. You should call me when you've decided on a good time. He picked up his walking stick and turned to leave, with Xiaojia following him. In the moment he left, the television displayed a group of people exiting a vehicle. A middle-aged woman had an upright back, exuding authority. Hello, I'm Sun Dan. Who is this random person trying to get some screen time? She doesn't even know Yan Lu. In Beijing. In Lu Yang's studio, his agent breathed a sigh of relief. As you can see, the result is truly mediocre. He turned to Lu Yang. Lu Yang was reading a script with his head down and glanced at the computer screen without saying anything. The agent chuckled and relaxed his back. His greatest fear was that this variety show would also blow up, but it seemed that there was little chance of that happening. Until, looking back at the TV again, Just a minute later, the direction of the live comments shifted. Wait, Sun Dan. Oh my god, Qian Du came back. It's really her. What's the meaning of this? The agent frowned, quickly took out his phone, opened Qian Du, and searched for Sun Dan. The first page that popped up was all about her. The ID photo matched the person on the TV screen exactly. The agent, reading the introduction below, was completely stunned. Chapter 487, 192 hits a new high. Who exactly is Miss Bai? _1 Sun Dan, formerly the Deputy Director of Jiangjing Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Now the Xiangqing Cultural and Tourism Bureau Chief. Being the Xiangqing Cultural and Tourism Bureau Chief was one thing, but the line above was unsettling. What average person could climb to a high position in Jiangjing? Why would this person be in Xiangqing, and even appear on Come Here Friend? That was until her family relations were introduced. Her grandparents' names could be found in recent history, and then there was her husband, a name almost everyone in the entertainment industry had heard of, Zhang Weiji. Lu Yang's agent, looking at the profile on Chinka, seemed to understand why Come Here Friend was broadcast on the satellite channel. He subconsciously looked towards Lu Yang. Next to him, Lu Yang was looking down at his phone, probably having received a message about Sun Dan. Even as an agent, he found himself speechless and unable to offer comfort to Lu Yang. We shouldn't have refused Yan Lu, otherwise we might have added Madame Sun on WeChat. If Ding Jian seemed like the moon out of reach, someone they would never cross paths with in their lifetimes, then Sun Dan and Zhang Weiji were the flowers of earthly riches. Not to mention Yan Lu herself, with the show, Come Here Friend, cuddling up to the powerful leg of Jiangjing TV station, was the wealth that awaited in the future even in question. Lu Yang's lips pressed together, his facial lines extremely stiff, his heart filled with regret and frustration to the point of nearly suffocating. Brotherly is still okay, a nearby assistant murmured, the one who should regret the most must be In Chi. Everyone in the circle knew that In Chi had bundled up with Yan Lu for their debut. After becoming popular, he immediately brushed Yan Lu aside along with their CP, and started public relations with Man Shi. Moreover, he had PR smear Yan Lu for constantly leeching In Chi's popularity. At the time, he had cut ties with Yan Lu so cleanly and decisively, probably never considering the possibility of her making a comeback. But who knew, Yan Lu really did make a comeback. Even before Great Yong was broadcast, her popularity had already caught up with the top tier. When Come Here Friend was aired, her popularity soared even higher. Purist Street, Ji Heng's home. Director Chin was casually watching television. On the screen, Mei Yi and Yan Lu were already walking along the two internet celebrity streets of Xiangqing, with many tourists waving at the camera upon seeing the filming, and the crew didn't avoid any of them. After checking in at the puppet shop, Mei Yi and Yan Lu went to the martial arts school across the street. As soon as the door opened, they saw a group of bare-chested people practicing various weapons on the left, and the camera gave a close-up to a man wielding a long spear, his arms tanned and muscled, with sweat dripping down along the lines of his muscles. Family, got an urgent matter and am heading to Xiangqing, sprinted, to the right, on several rows of wooden stakes, only one strong and stern man was hopping lightly across the stakes on the right. Holy crap, is that light body Qinggong? Have I just not been online for a few months? Has Xiangqing secretly been cultivating immortality behind our backs? Seems like we can no longer hide our magic from foreigners. Lighting a cigarette, officials, give us his Weibo or video account. Director Chen, eating peanuts and with his legs propped up, watched and commented, Mr. Ming doesn't fit in at all. As he spoke, on TV Mei Yi handed a long spear to Yan Lu. Wanna try the spear you usually use? Yan Lu took the long spear. Director Chen was startled. He put down his peanuts, sat up straight, and clapped his hands without blinking an eye at the screen. She knows how to use a long spear too. On the screen, Yan Lu was dressed in a loose casual outfit. Her smoky blue short hair lightly swayed with the wind, and she held the spear in her right hand and pressed the butt with her other hand. Using her waist strength, the spear then thrust forward like a swimming dragon, swiftly stabbing behind her. The camera perfectly captured her poised stance, casual yet effortless. The people practicing long spears next to her were genuinely impressed. I haven't learned it well, Yen Lu smiled. I didn't manage to bring out even 1/10 of the might of this move. Viewers began screaming frantically in the bullet comments. Is this a backthrust spear technique? I've never been so excited for Great Yong. Not like this, you're calling this not learning well. Yen Lu isn't being modest. Look at her smile, she's definitely thinking of someone who plays it better than her. So who is that person? Not just the online commenters, even Director Chen took a deep breath. He stared at the screen, then remembered and took out his cell phone to send a WeChat message to the elder. She's even more proficient than Yu Hongyi, Director Chen said excitedly as he looked at Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian, and she even says she hasn't learned well. Jiang Fulai was sitting loosely in his chair, appearing uninterested in the TV, only glancing at Yen Lu's spear, average. Chapter 488, 192 hits a new high. Who exactly is Miss Bai? _2 Bai Lian collected her gaze leisurely, offering no particular comment. She just lowered her head to look at the message on her phone. It was from Mao Kun. Sis, for the April 18th auction, my godfather has reserved an invitation for you. Every time there was a major auction at the White Tiger auction house, Mao Kun's side would provide Bai Lian with a VIP card. Most of the time, Bai Lian would sell it for a high price. Any auction that Mao Kun personally reported to Bai Lian was very important. Bai Lian received. Beside her, Director Chen silently withdrew his gaze. After a series of commercials, the variety show resumed, and evening approached. On Purist Street, that little path, Yen Lu and Mei Yi were going to watch some fighting. I can't find any information about fighting venues in Shangqing online. Who's the miss speaking next to Yen Lu? Her voice is so nice, why didn't she show her face? Her voice is soft, she is not wearing a mic, is she a friend of Yen Lu? The barrage decreased significantly until the crew arrived at Bakhtar Street. Many shots were not permitted to appear, leaving only a small portion of footage. Everyone saw the words, Bakhtar Street, under the night sky and the Qinglong bar, glowing with a dim light. Xiao's half-red hair made an appearance, as did a group of tough-looking men and women of various skin colors on the street. Barrage, why are they blurring out the legs? Why do most people only appear from the waist up? This person glanced at the camera, why do I feel like he wants to cuss me out? The audience also realized something was amiss and began to question soulfully, hey, where exactly is this? The show continued to air, and Come Here Friend quickly snapped up several trending searches in advance. Jiangjing TV station, sudden urgent trip to Shangqing, where is Bakhtar Street? The first episode of the program ended just as they reached the fighting venue. There had yet to be a breakout variety show since the beginning of the year. Come Here Friend was the first to rank in several hot searches right after its debut, skyrocketing viewers' curiosity to an all-time high. Once an issue becomes hot, countless fearless people will delve into it. News about Bakhtar Street had already begun to disseminate in secret. After the variety show ended, Jiang Fulai took Jiang He back home. Jiang He's cabbage backpack was still aside, and Bai Lian picked it up to hand it to Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai hooked it with a finger, looking disgusted but didn't throw it away. He looked at Bai Lian and paused slightly. I'm going back to Jiangjing tomorrow. Tomorrow? Yes, Jiang Fulai withdrew his gaze, his long bangs drooping down. Bai Lian nodded in acknowledgement without saying much. Is Jiang He going back with you? Jiang He kept his head down and remained silent. Director Chen hovered awkwardly to the side, and only after Bai Lian had finished speaking to Jiang Fulai, he approached. "Miss Bai, do you have Yan Lu's WeChat?" He knew Yan Lu, but he had just learned that Yan Lu was skilled with a spear. Yan Lu. Bai Lian glanced at him, "I'll ask around." She looked down, pulled out her phone, found Yan Lu's profile picture, and explained the situation. Yan Lu remembered Director Chin, and without asking for the reason after Bai Lian had finished talking, she directly asked Bai Lian to recommend Director Chen's WeChat to her. Bai Lian flipped to Director Chen's WeChat and passed it to Yan Lu. Director Chen left first with Jiang He, while Ji Hing took out a tobacco pipe to see the two off. Bai Lian still had that document in her hands, unread. Jiang Fulai remained in the courtyard without leaving, only glancing at the thesis in her hand. "He Wen is just being lazy, asking you to sort out his thesis for him. He can't get through it." Bai Lian leisurely made an excuse for He Wen. "Everyone else can get through it, so why can't he?" Bai Lian knew this was not a good time to speak up for He Wen. She took a few steps and stopped under a banyan tree, a large lamp overhead. Bai Lian slightly tilted her head, revealing a pair of beautiful almond eyes, deep and dark. These eyes always held a lazy indifference as if nothing mattered to her. Before she could speak, Jiang Fulai bent down, his arms casually extended, and his palms gently rested on her lower back. The shade of the banyan tree cast shadows over his face, and he tilted his head down, his hair brushing past her ear as he spoke in a lazy tone. "I'll be back on Sunday." The popularity of "Come Here Friend" was still soaring, creating a new high for Xiangcheng's tourism industry. Especially concerning the news of Backter Street. Right after the program ended, the director of "Come Here Friend" watched the trending searches on Weibo with a smile. It didn't cost them a penny. "I said choosing Yan Lu was the right choice," he told the planner. "You see." Before he could finish his sentence, his phone rang. He took it out to see the number was from Jiang Jing and answered with puzzlement. "Hello, good day." "Hello, I'm Zhang Weiji." A deep voice came from the other end of the phone. "Zhang Weiji." The director jumped up in shock, standing straight up. Their program had been approved by Jiangjing TV station, but the person who contacted them was Zhang Weiji's secretary. As for Zhang Weiji himself, the head of the national station, was he someone the common folk could contact? "Hey, race the thing," Zhang Weiji sounded casual. "I heard your crew was filming in Backter Street. You must be quite familiar with the people of Backter Street, right? Anyone who could film in Backter Street had to have non-trivial backing." Zhang Weiji was forthright. "I want to ask, could you get an invitation to the 418 White Tiger auction house? If you can get one for me, I will surely show my gratitude." The director hung up, stunned. White Tiger auction house, the program hadn't even got to that part yet, but he had seen it. Why was Zhang Weiji asking him about the auction house invitations? While he was pondering, his phone rang again. This time it was from his biggest investor, who sounded very kind. The calls were all because of Backter Street being shown that evening. In that brief moment, the director received calls from countless bigwigs in the industry. Finally sensing something was off, the director came to a delayed realization. Hold on, exactly who is Yan Lu's friend? Chapter 489, Director Jian's phone call, Alien's grandmother, second update, _1. The other members of the show crew looked at each other in bewilderment. The director's heart pounded as he lowered his head to answer Yan Lu's call. The tickets were from Bai Lian, the person was arranged by Bai Lian, the director knew the key to the entire matter lay with Bai Lian. Yan Lu's call connected quickly, and she was somewhat surprised. "Director." "Hey, race the thing, Yan Lu." Since it was Zhang Weiji's call, the director didn't dare to conceal. "President Zhang just called." He concisely recounted the whole event. Yan Lu hung up the phone and pondered for a moment. President Zhang and Sun Dan were family. Sun Dan was introduced to her by Jiang Fulai. She hadn't mentioned it to Bai Lian but instead sent this piece of news to Jiang Fulai. It was Monday afternoon, after school. Bai Lian idly followed a crowd out, with earphones in her ears, carrying a black backpack in her hand. She was listening to English. Her phone rang a few times. It was from Zhang Fulai and Zhang He. Zhang teacher, imaged, Zhang teacher, landed, Zhang Xiaoniao, Zhang Xiaoniao, Zhang Xiaoniao, not knowing what had happened on the plane. As soon as Zhang He landed, he started to flood Bai Lian's screen with messages. Bai Lian couldn't help but laugh upon seeing the consecutive messages from the two of them. She leisurely replied to Zhang He with a period and then opened the photo sent by Zhang Fulai. It was raining in Zhongjing. Rain was rare in Xiangqing. Bai Lian snapped a photo of the clear sky to send to him. The school gate was not too crowded at the moment. Su Nanjing was sitting on the curb, talking on the phone with Xiao Bingwen. He raised his eyebrows. You say she has a black background? Su Nanjing had heard the name Yan Lu more than once, and at this moment he was quite surprised after Xiao Bingwen explained. The one we saw at the fight club, that was her, Xiao Bingwen said calmly, backed her street, daring to film with a camera. Do you believe she has no backing? Su Nanjing saw Bai Lian. He stood up and waved her over. However, I heard Yan Lu is in seclusion, no one can reach her, Xiao Bingwen spoke. In waiting for Ling Shuhe, his teacher can definitely contact Yan Lu. Ling Shu's teacher was Director Jing, and Director Jing was Yan Lu's composer. Su Nanjing uttered a and questioned about something else. Did you find the person you mentioned? It's not that easy to find, Xiao Bingwen sighed. That person is even more mysterious than He Wen. Even Jiang University officials can't find any hidden news, while we at least know who He Wen is and his appearance. So the new talent meetup is definitely not happening. Su Nanjing also felt astonished. Jiang Gu didn't go last time either. You can't compare it to that, Xiao Bingwen laughed and then said seriously, after I meet with Shuhe, I'll head to Xiangqing. Before, Director Chen and his team had received an auction invitation. Sure, I'll hang around Baxter Street these days to dig up some news, Su Nanjing said languidly. As Bai Lian approached, Su Nanjing ended the call and carelessly stuffed his phone into his pocket, giving Bai Lian a hooked lip smile. I'll take you home. Ever since the motorcycle incident, Su Nanjing had been extraordinarily attentive to Bai Lian. Bai Lian was not one to be cajoled. Thank you. No need to thank me for this, Su Nanjing smiled with raised eyebrows. With Zhang Fulai returning to Zhongjing, he ought to fulfill his role as the guardian. Bai Lian took her seat in the back. Su Nanjing started the car, turned on the music, and leisurely drove onto the road. Just as the music began, it suddenly switched to English reading. Su Nanjing was startled by the sudden appearance of complex English, and in the back seat, Bai Lian lowered the car window and rested her elbow on it, lazily tapping on the window as the sound of reading echoed inside the car, also causing her to pause. The car Su Nanjing was driving was often used by Zhang Fulai. As soon as the car started, the Bluetooth automatically disconnected from the earphones and connected to the car audio. Bai Lian slid down, turned off the Bluetooth. Sorry. It's okay, keep it on, otherwise I might lose my driving privileges when Zhang Gu comes back. Su Nanjing looked into the rearview mirror and held back his laughter after realizing it. But he wasn't joking. Bai Lian silently lowered her head. Su Nanjing rounded a corner and laughed again. Bai Lian, have you considered my earlier proposal? The matter of acknowledging a godmother. Bai Lian still didn't respond. Su Nanjing went on, then, how about adding my mom on WeChat? She's wanted to see you for a long time. He was settling for the next best option. Adding WeChat wasn't a big deal. This time, Bai Lian didn't refuse. She leaned against the car door, the wind tousling the hair on her forehead. Just as she was about to speak with Su Nanjing, her phone rang. It was Director Jing. What have you been up to recently? On the other end of the phone, Director Jing raised his hand to silence the music in the classroom. his voice quite exasperated. Chapter 490, Director Jian's phone call, Alien's grandmother, second update, _2 A bunch of people were trying to get information from him in a roundabout way. That included Old Master Qin. Dean Jian had never realized how much in demand he was until he asked Yan Lu and found out that Bai Lian was the source. In the classroom, when the others heard Dean Jian's voice, they looked at each other, puzzled. Dean Jian was usually very stern, and even when dealing with his 3 apprentices, he was quite harsh. His teaching videos were said to be the work of a crazed demon. Besides the rumor that he had taken the initiative to greet a senior high school student, this was the first time they had heard him speak in such a gentle tone. The man exchanged glances with the woman beside him, hiding their astonishment. Bai Lian raised her eyebrows. She put her bag aside and said languidly, "No, get over it." Dean Jian was somewhat speechless, but this was Bai Lian. "Okay, I'll get over it. So, where's your new composition? I've been waiting for over a month." "It's coming soon." Bai Lian fobbed him off with the same 2 words. "Can't you show some respect for your talent?" Dean Jian was exasperated. Bai Lian had this natural talent and she wasn't using it. He felt sorry for her. Bai Lian realized the questioning was a pretext, pressuring her to turn in her composition was the real motive. She brushed him off with a couple of casual remarks and hung up the phone. Dean Jian looked down at his phone. Forget it. He looked at the 5 or 6 people in the classroom, his expression returning to its usual seriousness. That's all for today's lesson. He took his phone and left. In the classroom, the woman wearing a camel-colored knit stood up. She picked up her scarf. "Senior brother, who do you think our teacher was just talking to on the phone?" With that attitude, the man picked up his guzheng, his eyes deep. "The new composition, must be that composer he's working with, I suppose." Ling Shuhe took a deep breath. "I think so too." On Bai Lian's end, she had just hung up the phone. The light was red, so Su Nanjing glanced in the rearview mirror and casually asked, "Who was that?" The tone didn't sound like it was Jiang Fulai or a classmate. "An old friend." That's how Bai Lian described Dean Jian. "You seem to have a really good relationship with your old friend." Su Nanjing tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. He was just bored waiting for the light and tossed out a couple of questions. The light turned green, and he drove off. Soon, they arrived at Purist Street. Bai Lian thanked him and got out of the car. Looking through the car window, Su Nanjing saw a bleached blonde guy crouching at the corner of the street. As soon as the blonde guy saw Bai Lian, he stood up quickly, handed her something, and because Bai Lian turned slightly to the side, blocking part of the view, Su Nanjing couldn't see clearly. He just took out his phone to report to Jiang Fulai, "There's some freak talking to Alien." He described the blonde guy quite roughly. Then he found Bai Lian's WeChat, opened her contact information, and recommended her to Gao Yan. Gao Yan saw the message and raised her eyebrows. "Who is this?" No wonder, Gao Yan asked. Bai Lian's ancient city tower profile picture really made her look like an elderly person. Su Nanjing replied at his leisure, "It's Bai Lian." Gao Yan couldn't be bothered to reply to Su Nanjing and tapped directly on Bai Lian's contact card to add her as a friend, including a message, "Hello, I'm Su Nanjing's mother." Friday was tomb sweeping day. A 3-day holiday was coming up. On Thursday night, Ren Wanxian received a call from Ji Xiaorong, "Dad." "Wanxian," Ji Xiaorong sounded very tired, "I've been busy recently and haven't had the time. Your uncle isn't around either. Tomorrow is tomb sweeping day. Could you go and pay respects to Grandpa with me in my place?" Ren Wanxian was still doing her homework. She didn't want to waste any time. "Dad, I still need to visit Grandpa, Wanxian." Ji Xiaorong's voice was rare in its sternness. Ren Wanxian merely uttered an "oh." The next day, early in the morning, Ren Wanxian got up, her expression not very good. At the dining table, Ren Qian glanced at her. If your dad asks you to go, just go and see. In past Qingming festivals, Ren Wanxian had never gone back once, and Ren Qian would not let her go back, but today Ren Qian seemed to be softening. After all, the Ren family was no longer as grand as it had been, and the Su family was there too. Ren Qian didn't want that relationship to fade. Reluctantly, Ren Wanxian changed her clothes and went to the Ji family's home. Upon reaching Purist Street, she got out of the car with disdain, but her gaze caught sight of a black business car on the other side. If it was any other day, Ren Wanxian would definitely ponder why such a vehicle would appear here, but today she wasn't in the mood to pay attention. Walking on the cobblestones of Purist Street, she reached Ji Hing's home, complaining about why the Su family hadn't moved Ji Hing to a different place. When she knocked on the door, Ren Wanxian moderated the disdain on her face, as Ji Hing opened the door from inside. Grandpa, Ren Wanxian walked in casually, her eyes scanning the courtyard's stone table and chairs, but she didn't sit down. Instead, she said to Ji Hing, "My dad told me to join you all for the memorial ceremony." She behaved very politely. Ji Hing was dressed in a black outfit today, holding a tobacco pipe in his hand. He stepped to the side, looking at Ren Wanxian, who was wearing a pink foundation garment dress. The cut was delicate, and she had 2 red ladybug hairpins on her head, a particularly meticulous miss dressed in splendid and beautiful clothing. Meanwhile, Bai Lian came out holding a zither. Bai Lian was dressed in a linen-colored buttoned-up shirt with black ice silk trousers below, her hair still simply up with a wood-colored hairpin, in her usual plain style. When Bai Lian saw Ren Wanxian, she did not speak. Ji Hing had mentioned the night before that Qingming festival required attending a memorial service. Having been in this world for so long, Bai Lian had only ever seen Bai Kaiming's ancestral temple. She had never seen her grandmother's spirit tablet, and nobody in the Ji family mentioned it, except for the elusive Ji Xiaorong, and her grandmother whom she had never heard of. As for Ji Hing, there were so many valuable fabrics at home that Bai Lian could recognize. She wouldn't ask if Ji Hing didn't mention them, just like Ji Hing wouldn't pry into Bai Lian's affairs. The grandparent and grandchild knew each other had secrets, and they kept an unspoken understanding. Bai Lian wasn't curious about what Ji Xiaorong was doing, she was just curious about the grandmother whom she had never seen or heard of. Was she finally going to see her today? Ji Hing looked back at Ren Wanxian. He struck an old-fashioned match and lit his pipe. The place for the ceremony is quite far, and there's a long mountain road. Can you manage? Hearing that it was far and involved a mountain road, Ren Wanxian's expression changed. But she remained silent, her hands grasping the hem of her dress. You should go back, Ji Hing said. His voice was muffled as he looked down with turbid eyes. Alien has a good constitution for climbing mountains, your health isn't as good as hers. His implication was that she could skip the visit. Ren Wanxian felt secretly delighted, but her expression showed hesitation. Is that okay? But my dad said, you'll talk to your dad. Ji Hing exhaled a ring of smoke, murmuring softly, don't worry, it's fine. Okay, Ren Wanxian took out her phone, stifling her eagerness. Then, Grandpa, shall I head back first? Be careful on your way. Ji Hing waited for her to leave the yard, then raised his head and spoke to Bai Lian in a deep voice, get ready, we'll leave shortly. He turned and went back into the room to fetch the items for the ceremony. Okay, Bai Lian nodded, watching Ji Hing's retreating figure thoughtfully. At the Purist Street intersection, Ming Dongheng saw Ji Hing and Bai Lian carrying chrysanthemums and a variety of items, and promptly got out of the driver's seat, the back door of the car opening automatically. Miss Bai, Elder Ji. He did not say what he was there for, but his meaning was clear. Ji Hing glanced at him, pondered for nearly a minute, and ultimately did not refuse. Thank you. He and Bai Lian got into the business car. Elder Ji, where to? Ming Dongheng buckled his seatbelt, looking into the rearview mirror. Ji Hing gave an address in a low voice. Ming Dongheng turned on his phone to input the address, and upon seeing the destination, he froze. Chapter 491, Ji Family's Medal Number 194, Miss Bay's rank _1. Ji Hing's destination was Nanling Mountain. Nanling Mountain wasn't a public cemetery but an upcoming tourist attraction under development below Xiangqing, with several renowned people's graves nearby. Located at the southernmost point of Xiangqing, the mountain range stretched on endlessly. The roads were tricky, with half of them under expansion to prepare for the tourist route, and Nanling Park was still pending opening. Ming Dongheng drove slowly to the edge of Nanling Mountain, where Ji Hing asked him to stop at a spot. Bai Lian, carrying items for the memorial service, followed Ji Hing as he got out of the car. The attraction wasn't open until summer vacation, but at the entrance, they could already see signs with 4 routes, directing to Nanling Park, Nanling Mountain, Guishan Tomb, and Hongye Hotel. The signpost was very new. It must have been installed not long ago. Ming Dongheng, sitting in the driver's seat, looked up at Bai Lian following Ji Hing along one of the paths and couldn't help but pick up his phone. Ming Dongheng, it's Qingming Festival today. Miss Bai, what are you doing at the tourist attraction? Ming Dongheng, are you paying respects at Guishan Tomb or the General's Tomb? Su Nanjing, don't forget to come pay respects later. Su Nanjing was at Martyr's Mausoleum. Nanling Mountain. Ji Hing hadn't taken Bai Lian to the tourist attraction but led her deeper into isolation along the mountain paths. The route was challenging, but Bai Lian tread easily, and Ji Hing's breathing remained steady. They walked for about 15 minutes. Finally, Bai Lian saw 3 tombstones. Ji Hing stopped in front of the last one, which was the only one with an actual grave. The other 2 were cenotaphs. The tombs looked well tended and clean, without a single weed, suggesting someone had been regularly maintaining them. I brought Alien to see you. Ji Hing squatted down, brushing off the barely visible dust on the tombstone. You probably haven't seen her. As he spoke, he looked towards Bai Lian with an unfamiliar gentleness in his deeply furrowed eyes. Come, let her see you. Bai Lian stepped forward, reading the inscription on the tombstone. The tomb of Ji Wanqin, Ji Wanqin. Was this her grandmother? Bai Lian placed down the chrysanthemums in her hand, bowing respectfully. Such a tender name. Ji Hing kept silent. Kneeling before the grave, he burned an embroidered handkerchief with lilacs on it, waiting until it was entirely consumed by flames. Then, he took out from the basket some alcoholic drinks and 3 cups, placing them neatly in front of the 2 other tombstones, pouring the liquor to the brim, and poured a cup for himself as well. You can call them Grandpa, he quietly said to Bai Lian, sitting casually to one side, drinking with the 2 tombstones. 20 minutes later. Ji Hing left behind the liquor pot and cups and got up. Let's go, don't keep Xiaoming waiting. Bai Lian followed him down the mountain but looked back while descending the steps. Mist lingered among the mountains, with the wind gently brushing through the trees and sunlight casting the tombstones and leaves in a golden hue. Seeing her repeatedly look back, Ji Hing raised an eyebrow. Have you seen your grandmother's photo before? Bai Lian shook her head. Figures. Ji Hing might have had a bit to drink, his thoughts somewhat unclear. He became more talkative with Bai Lian. I'll look for one and show you when we get back. I have quite a few. On the way, it turned out Ming Dongheng was heading to Martyr's Mausoleum. Ji Hing sat upright, asking Ming Dongheng to take them along. The Martyr's Mausoleum was on the way and a bit secluded, but there were many people at the entrance today, with the towering monument of the martyrs visible from afar. Several young people were handing out chrysanthemums for free at the entrance to the mausoleum. Standing beneath the giant martyr's monument at the entrance, Bai Lian heard a familiar cough. She instinctively looked up and, as expected, saw Ning Xiao supporting Granny Wang in front of her. Granny Wang was still wearing the same oversized camouflage uniform, which didn't match her build, and she seemed somewhat better today, with Ning Xiao silently assisting her. Neither of them noticed her. Bai Lian didn't call out to them. Instead, she remembered the 3 obituary photos she saw on her first visit to Granny Wang's home. Ahead, Granny Wang paused for a moment. She put her hand to her mouth, coughing twice, then, looking at a group of people gathered in the second row, she thought for a bit, let's visit your brother and his father first, they're at the back. There are too many people at your grandfather's, well skip him for now. Strictly speaking, Ning Xiao wasn't Granny Wang's biological grandson but Ning Yiruo's half-brother through their mother, who, upon discovering his defects, he neither cried nor laughed, sent him to Xiangqing to be with Granny Wang. Today, with many people coming to pay respects, the two stopped in front of a tombstone. Ning Xiao squatted down, looking at the photo of Ning Yiruo with a radiant smile, and placed the large bouquet of sunflowers on top of it. He resembled his brother in looks, though their personalities were worlds apart. Granny Wang always worried about him. Most offerings were chrysanthemums, what they prepared for the other ancestors in the mausoleum. Chapter 492, G Family's Medal Number 194, Miss Bay's rank _2 Only Ning Yiruo is like a sunflower. Ning Xiao reached out to touch the jade gourd on his neck. Afternoon. Bai Lian sat at her desk, the sun slanting in through the window. To the right were stacks of books, and under a nearby inkstone, a piece of white paper lay pinned down, inscribed with several lines of shorthand musical notation. The room's door was open, and Ji Hing entered from the courtyard holding a dark, old wooden box in his hands. The box was locked with a small padlock. Take a look inside, said Ji Hing, seeing that she wasn't doing homework, and he placed the box in front of her and handed Bai Lian the small key. These are photos of your grandmother. Bai Lian reached out for the key and bent her head to insert it into the lock. Ji Hing stood by and watched as she opened the small wooden box. What met her eyes first was an old black and white photo of a woman in a traditional cheongsam, dignified and elegant, her features exuding an extraordinary Eastern charm. Besides that one, there were many more. Almost every single one featured a cheongsam, and a few thin sheets appeared to have been cut from books, newspapers, or magazines. They had been well preserved. Ji Heng, who smelled slightly of smoke, let his gaze fall on the photos, his turbid eyes revealing hardly any emotion. Bai Lian gently flipped through the pile of old pictures, delicately holding the edges of those cut from newspapers, exceedingly cautious in her movements. When the old photos had all been looked through, beneath them in the box, Bai Lian saw 2 small medals. The medals seemed quite old, with a letter inscribed in the middle and 2 small leaves on either side. She had never seen such medals before. Just take a look by yourself, don't take them out, Ji Hing remarked casually as he saw her handling the medals, then he withdrew his gaze, looking through Bai Lian's window at the embroidery stand in the courtyard and suddenly said, I didn't expect your uncle and your mother, with so many people in the family, to be uninterested in academia. Instead, it's you. Do you want to go back to the Mu family? The Mu family. Bai Lian lifted her head, hearing this name for the first time, the Mu family. My biological parents' house, though I didn't grow up in the Mu family, explained Ji Hing nonchalantly, the Mu family, they're researchers, quite formidable in the past, but their situation isn't too good now. Ji Hing frowned and paused. The Mu family was indeed on a declining path, even though a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. Oh, Bai Lian replied, carefully placing the medals and photos back into the box, no need. She intended to apply for the laboratory at the Ma Institute. Ji Hing gave Bai Lian a look, not pressing the issue further. If you change your mind later, let me know. 5 in the afternoon. Bai Lian packed up her books and picked up her phone to leave. Today, she was going to Jiang Fulai's to print out new materials. Jiang Fulai hadn't returned yet, and the courtyard was bustling. When Bai Lian arrived, Su Nanjing was sitting in the pavilion talking to Xiao Bingwen. You're saying there's no news of her? Shuha is still in communication, Xiao Bingwen replied, putting down his teacup and shaking his head. You know what kind of place the White Tiger auction house is. Didn't Chief Chen say they had to buy their invitation off the black market initially? Indeed, Bacter Street with its foreign powers made even the Su family cautious with exerting their influence. Su Nanjing was contemplating this when he saw Bai Lian enter. He stopped his conversation and waved at Bai Lian, Sister Bai Lian. Besides Su Nanjing, Xiao Bingwen quickly stood up, slightly awkward. Miss Bai. Bai Lian lazily lifted her hand in greeting, not approaching to disturb their conversation. Instead, she went straight inside to print her documents upstairs. Ming Dongheng, practicing his boxing on the empty lot, stopped when he saw Bai Lian and walked over. Miss Bai, why didn't you call me when you arrived? He was a bit chagrined. I know the way, Bai Lian replied, her voice lackadaisical as she scanned through the files Professor Ma had sent on her phone. Seeing Bai Lian heading upstairs, Ming Dongheng didn't follow. He brewed a pot of tea for Bai Lian and placed it on the table in the pavilion, then sat on a nearby stool and turned on his phone. As soon as he opened a video, a notification popped up. A blogger was dramatically narrating, a certain martial arts school in Xiangqing has been hot lately. Today we're going to scrutinize the components of this school. Let's start with the hall master of the school, who is a 5th dan in martial arts. Yes, despite being a hall master, he only holds a 5th dan. Since Pu Xiaohan's time, Xingyi Martial Arts School had seen a surge of enrollment, and with the rise of short video traffic, the school also had an official account, attracting many followers through Pu Xiaohan's videos. A week after Come Here Friend was broadcasted, Xingyi Martial Arts School's popularity had skyrocketed. Chapter 493, G Family's Medal Number 194, Miss Bai's rank _3. Every advantage has its disadvantage, and with it come problems. Netizens began to doubt the authority of the Xingyi Martial Arts School. Ming Dongheng watched the video and frowned. Why do you keep repeating this video? Su Nanjing looked over at Ming Dongheng. I've invested in this martial arts school. Ming Dongheng was typing out comments seriously, explaining that the hall master of the Xingyi Martial Arts School was a senior teacher, just that he hadn't taken any ranking exams before. No sooner had he posted it than a bunch of trolls started flaming him. Su Nanjing, with his legs crossed in a lordly manner, had listened several times. To him, this type of business battle was nothing special, it's simple. Just find a master and put them in the position of teacher at your school. Next to him, Xiao Bingwen also explained, Mr. Ming, you should ask Miss Bai Xian, doesn't the Qin family have someone from Dongwu? Their martial arts should be very good, or you can invite your teacher to come out. Ming Dongheng gave him a glance and kept silent, their suggestions were really too simplistic. Xiao Bingwen was referring to Yu Hongyi. Ming Dongheng furrowed his brow, not planning to ask her. As for his teacher, Ming Dongheng was even more helpless, his teacher wasn't paying him any attention at all now. However, Ming Dongheng looked ahead. After a while, Bai Lian came downstairs. Jiang Fulai was not there today, and Jiang He hadn't returned either, so Bai Lian didn't plan to stay any longer. Sister Bai Lian, Su Nanjing pointed at the teapot on the table with a smile, Xiaoming especially brewed this tea for you. Won't you have a cup first? Bai Lian halted in her steps, clad in a linen-colored top and black trousers. The sun was about to set, casting golden rays of light on the tips of her hair and her clothes. She looked towards the gazebo, pondering for a moment before walking this way. Ming Dongheng hurriedly poured her a cup of tea. Bai Lian sat beside him with a stack of papers in her hand, newly printed literature that was still warm. Her wrist casually rested on the table as she took the tea Ming Dongheng handed to her with her other hand. Xiao Bingwen looked at the thick stack of papers curled in Bai Lian's hand. He didn't make out what it was, only glimpsing lines and numbers through the sheets. What is this? He remembered Bai Lian hadn't been carrying anything when she arrived. Printed materials, Bai Lian replied languidly. You came all this way just to print materials? Su Nanjing was sitting on the other side, looking at the papers in Bai Lian's hand. Bai Lian sipped her tea and casually said, yes, it's safer here. Pfft, what part of Xiangqing isn't safe? Su Nanjing laughed, while Xiao Bingwen also seemed to be taken aback into silence. Bai Lian gave a languid smile. The literature she was looking at had been sent to her by a member of the Ma Institute, containing lots of experimental data, some of which were classified. The scholar trusted her greatly, hence she usually printed them at Jiang Fulai's place. Printing shops outside required file copying onto their computers, which wasn't secure. Once Bai Lian finished her tea, she picked up the literature and stood up to bid them farewell. Ming Dongheng stood up before Su Nanjing, his key already in hand. Miss Bai, let me drive you home. Never mind, Bai Lian was about to decline when she saw Ming Dongheng hesitate. She thought for a moment and then said, you can take me to the bus station. Behind them, Su Nanjing was somewhat speechless at Xiaoming's quick action. In the car, as the bus station drew closer, Ming Dongheng had a stern face and seemed hesitant to speak. In the back seat, Bai Lian was flipping through the literature, not even lifting her head. Speak. Ming Dongheng slowed down and stopped the car. This time he didn't hesitate and just asked directly, Miss Bai, what rank are you in martial arts? Chapter 494, Crisis at 195, Brother Jiang returns, second update, _1 Ming Dongheng had witnessed Bai Lian's footwork. Although Bai Lian usually appeared lazy and indifferent, sometimes Ming Dongheng felt she gave him even more pressure than his own teacher did. Not to mention those few moves she executed while standing in stance, despite practicing for a long time, Ming Dongheng still hadn't achieved half of her proficiency. His teacher was an 8th Dan, and Bai Lian, in Ming Dongheng's opinion, should also be at least 8th Dan. Perhaps her young age meant she had the ability but not the seniority, so at least she should be 7th Dan. Me. As the car stopped, Bai Lian looked towards the nearby bus stop, unhurried. Theoretically, I have 8 or 9 Dan. Theoretically. Ming Dongheng pressed a button, and the rear door automatically opened. He didn't understand what Bai Lian meant by theoretically. Bai Lian got out of the car, very calmly, because I've never taken the test. Ming Dongheng was somewhat frustrated. Why wouldn't you take the test? Looking at Chen Jingyu, Yu Hongyi, and the others, every one of them seemed eager to test twice a year. What's the matter? Bai Lian stood outside the car window, speaking while also glancing at the mobile phone in her right hand. She was probably memorizing vocabulary. Ming Dongheng's expression was always cold, and he replied without a change in his demeanor, I just feel it doesn't match your temperament. Bai Lian, by coincidence, the bus also arrived, and Bai Lian boarded. Ming Dongheng left the car where it was, watching the bus drive away before taking out his phone to report to Jiang Fulai about Miss Bai coming to print and then immediately leaving. After finishing his report and just putting down the phone, it rang. It was Jin Kai, the current hall master of Xingyi Martial Arts School. While starting the car, Ming Dongheng pressed the hands-free button. Hall Master Jin, do you only have 5th Dan? Bai Lian was unwilling to take the test. Surely, she had her reasons, like studying hard. But Hall Master Jin was from a martial arts family. They had run a martial arts school since he was a child. Why hadn't he taken the tests? After spending so much time together, Ming Dongheng knew Jin Kai's skills far exceeded 5th Dan. You already know. Yes, I only have 5th Dan. Jin Kai was startled and then chuckled bitterly. After the martial arts school closed down, I went to work on construction sites and didn't seriously test for any level. I tested last year, and now am still at 5th Dan. His real skills were definitely higher than 5th Dan. But to continue testing for higher levels, he had to wait until his 5th Dan reached the 6-year mark before he could test for the 6th Dan. He had missed over a decade. This wasn't something he could make up for in a short time. Now, with certificates and reputation being significant, even if Jin Kai had the skills of a 6th Dan or 7th Dan, without a certificate, he couldn't convince outsiders. Ming Dongheng drove slowly. Besides you, how are the other masters doing? 2 4th Dan and 1 5th Dan, the rest are all 3rd Dan, Jin Kai answered. They all had sat for the tests only after starting at Xingyi Martial Arts School last year. Before that, as the martial arts school declined, they were busy with their livelihoods and never imagined, under Secretary Zhou's suppression, the martial arts school could reopen, so they didn't continue testing. Come Here Friend went viral, and netizens scrutinized everything. Xingyi Martial Arts School already had students who came across similar video posts complaining about the school's teachers and hall master as being average with not even a 6th Dan instructor. They even said their spear performance wasn't as good as Yan Lu's. Many net users believed Xingyi Martial Arts School should live up to its name and felt it was even inferior to Jingfeng Taekwondo. Meanwhile, the people from Jingfeng Taekwondo took this opportunity to market their Muay Thai 8th Dan instructor online. Jin Kai regretted for the first time not taking his levels more seriously. This month is the recruitment season, Jin Kai said gravely. I'm afraid they might be influenced by online chatter and, just like before, all go to Jingfeng Taekwondo. Miss Bai would be very disappointed, wouldn't she? Let's think of another way, Ming Dongheng squinted. Perhaps the situation isn't as bad as it seems. Sunday evening. 5:30 p.m. At Xiangqing Library, Ning Xiao packed up early, lowering his voice. I'm heading home first. Everyone should go, Bai Lian said to the others, methodically sorting files at a leisurely pace. After dinner, I'll be just in time to watch the 2nd episode. Tonight, the 2nd episode of Come Here Friend would be broadcast. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming walked in front, with Jianzhi trailing a step behind them. Yang Lin had left in the afternoon, while Pu Xiaohan couldn't sit still at noon, claiming she needed to go to Internet Celebrity Street to shoot a video. Bai Lian moved slowly, leisurely trailing behind everyone else. It seemed cold at the library's entrance. The three in front slowed their pace, and Tang Ming, who had been chattering non-stop, suddenly fell silent. Bai Lian, looking at her phone with downcast eyes, sensed something and looked up towards the street. A car was parked at the door. Beside it stood a tall, lean figure with a casual and relaxed posture, eyes lowered, looking at a child squatting by his feet, pinching the corner of a blanket with 2 pale fingers. In one hand he held a phone, only revealing his proud, cold profile. Ning Xiao, Tang Ming, and the others stopped walking. Having not seen him for several days, they seemed even more intimidated by Jiang Fulai, speaking in hushed tones, Brother Jiang. Jiang Fulai withdrew his cold glance from Jiang He and looked up to nod at Ning Xiao and the others. His gaze fell on the person behind them. Bai Lian stood at their rear, with a black backpack slung over her shoulder, her eyes pitch black, her skin luminescently pale, hair tied up but slightly undone, with wisps being gently blown by the wind onto her brow bone. The setting sun cast its light on her eyes, brows, and the white garment she wore, making her stand out even more. The bus arrived, and Ning Xiao along with Tang Ming and the others departed. Bai Lian sauntered slowly towards Jiang Fulai, crossing into the light and stopping in front of the two, looking down at Jiang He. What's wrong with him again? Jiang Fulai put his phone in his pocket, lifted his hand to lightly brush the hair from her brow bone to the side, casually glancing at Jiang He with an indifferent tone. He left his pillow behind, so he's sulking. Bai Lian nodded, looking at Jiang He. Your bag, my grandfather has finished making it. Aren't you going to get up? Finally, Jiang He looked up. He watched Bai Lian expressionlessly and then stood up to grasp the hem of her clothing. In the evening, the 2nd episode of Come Here Friend was broadcast. At Jiang Fulai's residence, he hadn't returned. Su Nanjing looked outside. Didn't young Master Jiang arrive in Shangqing early? Why hasn't he come back? He knows many people. I don't know if he can get us an invitation. Can't buy one on the black market? Ming Donghen came in from outside. Xiao Bingwen nodded. It's a bit difficult this time. They're auctioning off the last of the encrypted currency. You know how many around the world are waiting for it. Our country isn't at an advantage. The White Tiger auction house was foreign capital, connecting with foreign powers. As he spoke, Xiao Bingwen noticed the time had come. 8 p.m. He placed the computer beside him on the coffee table, opened the web page, and jumped to the live broadcast of "Come Here Friend." The computer emitted the sounds of Yan Lu and Mei Yi. There was also the cheering of the crowd and commentary from the fighting ring. 5 minutes later. Are you watching the TV program, Yan Lu's? Su Nanjing recognized the match they had watched back then. He wasn't much interested in variety shows, leaning back lazily with a teacup, giving the computer only a glance, sipping lightly. Why bother watching without seeing her? Before he could finish, a giant logo of a White Tiger auction house appeared on the screen. Then the camera panned up from below to capture the majestic lion. Su Nanjing coughed violently, cough cough. Chapter 495, 196 Issue 2. Only Bai Lian and her classmate are strong. Third update, _1 after the last episode aired, Come Here Friend, saw its discussion soar on various platforms. Ordinary people have an innate curiosity. Especially about places like Bacter Street, which they had never heard of before. Initially, major media outlets began educating the public about Bacter Street, but later many videos were censored by officials, and netizens only dared to share videos in private. If the authorities hadn't acted, they might not have cared, but once they did, the public's curiosity only intensified. At this moment, the right side of the screen kept flashing, white tank top. Sandai King. White Tank Top's previous battle had gone viral online. He could be ranked within the top 10 UFC fighters, and being the second to emerge in China, he had a big reputation in the world of Sonda. Production team, who exactly are you? How could you even film this? If the production team can interview White Tank Top, it'll be your fan for life. Right after the fight scene aired, the audience was boiling with excitement, and the next second, the scene switched to White Tiger Auction House. The barrage was not as fervent. White Tiger Auction House, where is that? So luxurious. I've also experienced being rich for once. Not many people knew about White Tiger Auction House. When they were filming, White Tiger Auction House wasn't open for business, so the audience just enjoyed something novel. The filming of Bacter Street stopped there, and on Weibo, Sandai King slowly climbed to the top of the trending searches. No, said Su Nanjing, placing his teacup on the table. He stopped coughing and eased the shock in his heart, turning to look at Xiao Bingwen beside him. What kind of production team did Yan Lu join? Even the calm Su Nanjing had trembling fingertips at this moment. Although White Tiger Auction House was not open for business, if Su Nanjing stood outside wanting to get in, those bodyguards of White Tiger would throw him out from a distance, let alone allow filming. Didn't you say there was nothing interesting to watch? Xiao Bingwen took a deep breath and looked up. Su Nanjing. Xiao Bingwen slowly withdrew his gaze. He saw the program switch to Yan Lu and Mei Yi buying groceries, anticipating that the Bacter Street segment had come to an end, so he closed his laptop, belatedly explaining, I have nothing to do with Yan Lu. The production team definitely has links to them. Su Nanjing tapped his fingers on the table, put away his astonishment, sat up straight, and had already realized the importance of this matter. Try probing Leng Shuha again. Xiao Bingwen nodded. Su Nanjing looked down again, taking out his phone to send a message, instructing someone to investigate the production team. Get the production team to interview White Tank Top. Su Nanjing put away his phone and, recalling the recent barrage, muttered, they really dare to dream. Even Xiao Ming can't get a single photo of White Tank Top. The Ji family. Ji Heng hadn't seen Jiang He for several days. At the moment, Ji Heng was hugging him while sitting in a chair watching a variety show, and Jiang He held a package embroidered with a lifelike bok choy. He was watching the television curiously with wide eyes. The several people in the room didn't have much interest in the auction house. They had all been there before. Bai Lian leaned back in her chair lazily, watching casually. On the screen, Yen Lu was telling Mei Yi that a few friends would come over for a meal. The number of synchronous barrage comments had significantly decreased, and some were guessing, are they the students from the preview? Not as exciting as before. Yen Lu is really brave. At this point, ordinary people would be inviting a few celebrities, but she actually only invited non-celebrities. Fans of Yen Lu, take note, don't attack Yen Lu's non-celebrity friends. Heard there's a lawyer, I'm squatting on this, the production team is so awesome, it must be Zhao Jingzhou. Jiang Fulai took off his jacket, sitting beside her in a loose white t-shirt. Recognizing one of the blurry figures as Bai Lian, he saw that her teacup was empty, took the teapot, slowly poured her more tea, and asked in a low voice, "Why didn't you come out as a composer?" The compositions were average. Bai Lian evaluated her own music, but she looked at Jiang Fulai with surprise. The show wasn't over yet, how could he know she hadn't revealed herself? Jiang Fulai casually refilled his own and Ji Heng's cups with water and, glancing at her, replied. Jiang He, hugging his package and looking down at his little cup, Ji Heng glanced sideways at the aloof expression on Jiang Fulai's face, and the corners of his mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. On the screen, the camera had already turned to a man and a woman discussing a topic. They weren't wearing mics, and their voices weren't very clear, but one could vaguely make out what they were saying. Don't get it, what's the show about? Who does questions on a show? Chapter 496, second issue of 196. The strong ones are just Bai Lian and her classmates, third of 3 updates, _2, yeah, at home, I'm too lazy to even write down equations, but that hand looks like it could play the piano. On the screen, everyone could see a pale hand holding a pen and writing on paper, slender and fair, with smooth knuckles. It looked like a piece of art under the camera. As the comments continued, the camera suddenly provided a high-definition close-up of the mobile phone. Everyone could see the problem displayed on the phone, a small ball in a vacuum, illuminated by a 280 nanometer wavelength ultraviolet light, asking for the maximum kinetic energy of escaping photoelectrons, speed at infinite distance, number of photoelectrons. The production team added an image of a little yellow face kneeling, with the caption, "High school students really don't have it easy these days. I can understand each problem individually, but when they're combined, I'm lost. You better confirm this is a high school problem. The production team, you're really outrageous. I've put up with everything else, but which normal high school student would solve this kind of problem? The character setting is too obvious, at least understand what we regular high school students study." Comments continued to flood in, with several mentioning Jiang Jing. Jiang Fulai looked at these comments, his delicate brows betraying some hesitation. Is this problem difficult? It's all right. Bai Lian lazily sipped water. I know the answer, it's just that Ning Xiao didn't have enough time. Jiang Fulai leaned back and commented indifferently, he's always been a bit slow. Next to them, Ji Heng, who understood nothing. He felt like he was one of those netizens commenting. However, it was only for a moment before Chi Yundai's arrival shifted the topic again. The moment Chi Yundai appeared on screen, the production team highlighted his full title, Chi Yundai, a 39-year-old practicing lawyer. Yen Lu respectfully called him Chi Lu. Chi Lu. Never heard of him, is this to hype him up? +1, I thought the production team would invite Zhao Jingzhou. You were so good in the first half, why did the quality drop in the second half? Soon, the scene of Chi Lu cutting potatoes made viewers satisfied. Just admit it, production team, he must be a 5-star chef, right? Haha, teacher May had me dying of laughter. he actually went back to secretly cut potatoes. Come Here Friend made the hot search once again because of the Sonda King. The last episode was a smash hit. This episode's first half was even more explosive than the previous one, especially since a white tank top was already famous in the fighting ring. Now his popularity soared even higher, to the point where there were inquiries about white tank top's social media account. It was only the latter half that dragged on. At least Chi Yundai managed to earn the nickname 5-star chef from netizens. But viewers found the segment with the physics problems critically poor. At Yan Lu's place. As someone who had been consistently disparaged, her sixth sense was sharp. She immediately called Wang Xayan, Sister Xayan, didn't you watch before airing the episode? Wang Xayan had also seen the online sentiment. She rubbed her brow. I did, but we had no idea the problems Miss Bai and the others were working on were so hard. If I'd known, I wouldn't have allowed the director to air them. The director was trying to evoke empathy from senior year students who had left school for so long, thinking that the current senior students must be very strong. Little did he know, it was only Bai Lian and her classmates who were strong. Yan Lu opened her computer, and there were already people spontaneously joining the backlash online. A new entry appeared on the trending search, the hard-studying Miss Bai and classmate Ning's 12th grade problem. The program had edited together some sound bites of Bai Lian and Ning Xiao's names, and now these two terms were being mocked coldly and derisively online. Yan Lu furrowed her brows at this entry, then moved to the one below, Xinyi Martial Arts School Hall Master. Her expression tightened. In the information age, a hot show came with its benefits. But with those benefits came corresponding impacts. Yan Lu, accustomed to being maligned, was indifferent. But she didn't want to see Bai Lian getting dragged down. She hung up on Sister Xayan and called the director directly. Cut that segment out. The director didn't hesitate after hearing Yan Lu's suggestion. That's a good idea, don't worry. The information age moves quickly, and this will blow over. It's just Miss Bai who, the director was somewhat afraid that Bai Lian would be angered. After all, people online were accusing her and Ning Xiao of putting on an act. She doesn't go online, Yan Lu sighed. And she believed that Bai Lian wouldn't be bothered by others' opinions. That's good, the director was relieved. He lit a cigarette and instructed his team to edit the website's video content, confused and frustrated, but how did Miss Bai and the others end up solving that kind of problem? He was genuinely perplexed. Bai Lian and Ning Xiao were students from Xiangqing. How could education resources there have such outlandish problems to excite netizens like this? This stumped Yan Lu. Yan Lu was not academically inclined and simply answered, she does whatever problems she wants to. Indeed. On the other end of the phone, the director shrugged. After all, Miss Bai was so cool that the industry big shots had already called him. What was the big deal about her doing a problem? The director hung up the phone. Beside him, the assistant director stood up from his chair. They're editing it now. Hopefully, the audiences will quickly forget about Miss Bai and Ning Xiao. The director nodded, still holding his cigarette, his brow unrelenting. How's Lawyer Chi doing right now? As you know, our show is on fire right now, the assistant director said, resigned. When they recorded the show, they never imagined it would become this popular. They just wanted to give Lawyer Chi some exposure but ended up overshooting. The show was too popular, and the audience's expectations were too high. Chi Yundai seemed too ordinary compared to Sun Dan on Bachter Street and the presence of white tank top. Editing could shave off segments with Bai Lian and Ning Xiao, but for Chi Yundai, the latter half was all about him. There was no way to make cuts. The director exhaled a ring of smoke and lowered his head to check his phone, opening the official Weibo account for, Come Here Friend. We can cut out Miss Bai's segments, but it's tricky with Lawyer Kai's part. As he spoke, he began to read the comments to gauge the current sentiment. Seeing a comment that read, "Those two students are so pretentious," he frowned and clicked delete. Yen Lu's and Mei Yi's fans were trying their best to control the situation, but there were too many outside viewers, and they couldn't keep things under control. Scrolling to sort by popular comments, he saw the top one: "The production team is so amazing, you even invited Sun Dan. It's fine you couldn't get Dean Jian and Bai Jian for the latter part, but I thought the coming lawyer would be at Zhao Jingzhou." Feeling somewhat disappointed, Zhao Jingzhou, a lawyer so renowned online as Zhao Dezhuang, was the archetype of a strong first-class lawyer in the minds of netizens. The director couldn't help but laugh with irritation. Why don't they ask me to invite God over? Chapter 497, 197 Choices, Creating a God _1. The director stretched out his hand to delete the comment and instructed the PR department to pay attention to the pace of the internet. After all, Sun Dan of Bachter Street was also connected to Yen Lu, so how could the production team have such incredible influence? If they had those connections, they'd invite stars like Gao Shu and Wei Shiyuan to be regulars on the show. They even dare to talk about Zhao Dezhuang. The assistant director spoke up, not afraid of getting a cease and desist letter from attorney Zhao Lu at all. "The heat is too high," the director, holding his phone, looked towards the door. "On such thin ice, I wonder if our show can continue." The official website's video was quickly re-edited and uploaded, and the editing related to Bai Lian and Qi Yundai was rapidly trimmed to minimize the issue. The online storm seemed to subside. Over at Bai Lian's side, neither she nor Jiang Fulai saw any problem, and they didn't go online often, just watched TV. Jiang Fulai picked up his coat and left, while Jiang He stayed with Ji Heng. He didn't bring his Legos when he returned to Jiangjing and had been sneakily keeping them at Ji Heng's place. Only after everyone left did Jiang He grab his bag to retrieve his Legos. Ji Heng brought over the pajamas he had left for him, took him to bathe, and even though Jiang He was big enough to bathe himself, Ji Heng, worried that he might be scared alone, sat beside the tub on a small stool to wait for him. Jiang He bathed obediently, and Ji Heng had even bought him a rubber duck for the tub. But Jiang He was always aloof, never playing with the rubber duck. Ji Heng, focusing on his own drawing, noticed that Jiang He began to play with the rubber duck only when he wasn't being watched, repeatedly pushing its head underwater and then watching it bob back up. After doing this dozens of times, Ji Heng, maintaining one position for 5 minutes and feeling a strain in his neck, saw that Jiang He was still poking the rubber duck and couldn't help but cough. Jiang He immediately let go of the rubber duck and scooped up water to wash his face. Only then did Ji Heng slowly lift his head. "Are you done washing?" Jiang He nodded. Ji Heng handed him a dry towel, and after Jiang He put on his pajamas himself, he glanced over at Bai Lian's tiny room. Bai Lian was in the next little room, the light inside on, allowing him to catch a glimpse of her busy silhouette through the crack of the door. Ji Heng suddenly lowered his voice. "Xiaohe, do you know what a wave function is?" Jiang He looked up at Ji Heng, blinking in confusion. Ji Heng, okay, he didn't know. Ji Heng wondered, wasn't this kid a genius? He had an expression that said he had overestimated him. Jiang he silently finished dressing. In the tiny room, Bai Lian was carefully polishing a piece of jade with a triangular file, water dripping down the edge of the jade onto the machine, as the shape of a Kylan's leg started to emerge. She polished for a bit and then looked at it leisurely in the light. Not bad. What a master could polish in a few days, took her a month, and even then, it was barely passable. Fortunately, only Jiang Fulai's piece was urgent, Ji Heng's was not. It gave her time to take her time with it. Monday, classes as usual. Some students in class 15 were discussing the show from the day before. Yang Lin arrived early, and by the time Bai Lian got there, she was already earnestly working on her paper. Bai Lian pulled out a chair to sit down and took a notebook from her bag, pushing it towards Yang Lin. The notebook bumped against Yang Lin's elbow, and she turned her head. "A notebook, with physics and mathematics," Bai Lian said succinctly as she set down her bag. Glancing at her phone, she saw that Hewen had sent her a document. "Hewen, it's been too long since the college entrance exam, just take a look." Hewen, the results of that last experiment were a bit strange. He seemed to be busy, brief and to the point. Bai Lian opened the document Hewen had organized and forwarded it to the class group. The results from last time were strange. As she pondered, she pulled out a pen and her exercises. She had already finished the weekend's paper. Being a senior meant endlessly practicing problems and identifying one's own weak spots. Bai Lian had almost stopped reviewing physics and mathematics, focusing instead on chemistry, biology, and English as the countdown on the notice board showed less than 60 days until the college entrance examination. Pu Xiaohan and Wing Qi ran into each other at the school gate and now came to the classroom together to see that Bai Lian, Yang Lin, Ning Xiao, and the others had already started on their homework. Wing Qi opened her mouth to speak. "When I got up, I saw that Sister Lian was still answering the study committee's questions at 1 a.m. last night, right? She came to the classroom so early to do homework." The sports committee member next to Wing Qi patted her shoulder. "This is what it means to be a top student, Bebe, learn from it." Chapter 498, 197 Choices, Creating a God _2 Wing Qi didn't speak, his gaze turning to Yang Lin. Bai Lian and Ning Xiao were still fine, the two didn't have to worry about other things. But Yang Lin was also working part-time, she was really pushing herself too hard. Next to Bai Lian, Yang Lin lowered her head and earnestly wrote out her test paper. When one is fighting for both livelihood and college entrance examination, no one feels tired. "Xiaohan, how's the progress on our graduation gowns?" a girl asked as she sat down at Pu Xiaohan's desk, inquiring about the graduation gown's progress. The school was about to organize the graduation photo session. Pu Xiaohan took out her phone, swiped through the screen to open a conversation with Ji Heng, and showed her a recently sent picture. "It's this floral pattern." The girl's eyes lit up, then she remembered something. "Xiaohan, in last night's show, was that the top student and Sister Lian?" The two girls put their heads together, trying not to disturb Bai Lian and Yang Lin sitting behind them, speaking in hushed tones. Because of Wing Qi's promotion, everyone in class 15 had watched Come Here Friend. There wasn't a clear front shot of any senior high school students, but there were shots of backs, arms, and feet. Bai Lian and her group weren't wearing mics, but her temperament was too distinctive, those familiar with her could tell it was her. Pu Xiaohan didn't directly answer, but the girl understood, "So it really was you guys." "I thought, how could ordinary high school seniors do those kinds of questions?" If it was Bai Lian, then that wasn't surprising. She breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, at Jiang Fulai's residence, he had gone to the laboratory. He wasn't interested in cryptocurrency unless there was an auction of cutting-edge technology or antiques he desired. Su Nanjing didn't get any useful information from Jiang Fulai's place. He said while holding fish food, "Looks like I need to make a trip back to Jiangjing." Xiao Bingwen nodded. Ming Dongheng, standing beside them, stared at the water, his usually cold face furrowed with worry. "Still worried about your little martial arts gym?" Su Nanjing didn't care about the small gym and found Ming Dongheng's concern amusing. "Lay low for a while, public opinion is like that." Ming Dongheng knew this all too well. It's the first time the gym is enrolling art students, and because of this, no students have signed up recently. Miss Bai will definitely be disappointed. Sister Lian of the Bai family. Su Nanjing was taken aback, sitting up straight and raising his hand. "What does this have to do with her?" "The gym reopened with her support," explained Ming Dongheng, looking up. Su Nanjing tapped his fingers against the railing. He took out his phone and sent Gao Yen a message. "Find a martial arts teacher with a rank of 6th or 7th Dan, need them to lend their name, Sister Lian's gym of the Bai family, Jiangjing. Su family. Gao Yan sat in her seat, looking at the several people in front of her, her gaze landing on an older man with a gray beard in the center. Elder Su, I heard your eldest son reached the 7th dan. The major families always cultivated loyal followers, and the Su family was no exception. These were among the strongest under Su Juling's command. Madam, you flatter me, it is indeed my son, Su Jiang. The older man nodded, then looked to his left. Su Jiang. Su Jiang stepped forward, suppressing his excitement. Su Jiang pays his respects to Madam. Was Gao Yan about to make good use of him? Others behind Su Jiang looked at him with veiled envy. I need you to go to Xiangqing. This is very important to me, Gao Yan said to Su Jiang. We will pay you double the salary. Xiangqing. Su Jiang was taken aback. Beside him, his father guessed, is it to protect the third young master? No, Gao Yan didn't hide it from them. She picked up her teacup and slowly skimmed off the froth on top. It's to take a nominal post at a martial arts gym in Xiangqing. It won't take much of your time. The third young master has recently acknowledged a sister, the gym is hers. Once you are there, just follow her orders. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang's smile showed a hint of hesitation. He had originally thought he was going to protect Su Nanjing. After all, everyone knew that Su Nanjing was Jiang Fulai's brother. But he hadn't expected to be sent to the Xiangqing martial arts gym. Xiangqing was so far away, and once he went there, would he be able to come back? And what about the third young master's sworn sister? How long would his newfound enthusiasm last? What's more important, after traveling so far, by the time he returned, he would have to leave the Jiangjing circle. Su Jiang's father, with his great ambitions, always aimed to climb higher. Xiangqing was too risky. Lowering his gaze, he said, Madam, Su Jiang does not have much experience in educating others, but perhaps his younger brother could. It had not been easy for the Su family's collateral branch to raise someone up. Su Jiang was meant for a smooth path ahead, and he could not afford to go to Xiangqing. Gao Yan also noticed that Su Jiang was reluctant to go and, setting down her teacup, asked, where is his brother? Su Jiang's father looked back and called, Su He, come meet the madam. A man in a gray coat came out, very respectful, Madam, I am Su He. Have you taken a martial arts grading exam? Gao Yan observed his honest face and nodded to herself, thinking he was a good choice. No cunning about him. 6th Dan. He had even met the minimum requirements set by Su Nanjing. Are you willing to go to the Xiangqing martial arts gym? Su He is willing. Gao Yan, satisfied, said, all right, pack your things and head to Xiangqing tomorrow. The third young master's people will meet you there. Beijing. In the evening, at Lu Yang's side. Lu Yang's fan group had many people discussing the program, Come Here Friend. It was common knowledge among insiders that it was originally Lu Yang who was approached by the production team. But he feared that participating would affect his image as a pretty boy, so he declined. After the show became popular, Lu Yang was also mocked online, accused of dropping the watermelon while picking up sesame seeds. His main fans all knew about it. Lu Yang's agent, seeing the constant mentions in the group, couldn't help but take a look. It was a rich female fan of Lu Yang, strawberry ice cream. This shitty show even does biased editing. Was Come Here Friend trying to create a god with Lu Gu, and he refused to play along, so he dropped out? It's not what the internet rumors say about glorifying some and belittling others. Lu Gu was badly smeared last week. Seeing the messages in the group, the agent did not deny them, nor did he stop the fans from speculating. The popularity of Come Here Friend was still fermenting. Netizens like to build up idols, but they also love to tear them down. After being highly praised for 2 episodes, the show was criticized in the latter half for not meeting expectations, and unavoidably, Lu Yang was implicated. Strawberry ice cream, being wealthy, had more sway over Liu Yang's fans than his own studio. She directed them as she pleased. As a main fan, her word was even more influential than Liu Yang's. In the past few days since "Come Here Friend" aired, there were those who smeared Liu Yang, causing him to be ridiculed by lay people and leading to many fans leaving the group. Upon watching the edited video, Strawberry Ice Cream immediately contacted her connections in the entertainment industry and drafted a PR statement, Strawberry Ice Cream, #Luyang really wrong, #Come Here Friend deleted scenes at Come Here Friend official, can you please address the audience's questions? Why does the Hall Master of the Xingyi Martial Arts School only have a 5th Dan? As everyone knows, a gym's teachers are crucial. You don't even have a 6th Dan teacher. So how can you go on variety shows to promote yourselves? Are you implying fraud at Shangqing Police Station? Second, can the production team find someone a bit more cultured? What high school senior does these sorts of tasks now? Yen Lu and Mei Yi keep calling her Miss Bai. Please do your homework, okay? Do you think cutting out this section will cover up your stupidity? Screenshot, last, please don't take the audience for fools. Yen Lu saying lawyer Qi Lu is amazing. Well, I don't see how he's amazing. Is his culinary skill supposed to be impressive? Is the show trying to create another deity like lawyer Zhao Jingzhou? It's completely laughable. How about you look up lawyer Zhao's resume online? Liu Yang just didn't want to join your program, and he was smeared for a whole week. Are you prepared to apologize? Chapter 499, Netizen 198 has gone crazy, NO. 14, second update, _1 Liu Yang's fans were wealthy. They threw money at popular posts and searches, and soon the hot search, Liu Yang is truly miserable, climbed to 2nd place. Casual fans who clicked in saw the analysis by Strawberry Ice Cream. Her analysis made perfect sense, and the latter half of the show had indeed disappointed the fans, who now had an epiphany after seeing the analysis. Come Here Friend had high popularity, and many people watched the live broadcast, all remembering the segment whereby Lian and Ning Xiao discussed the topic. But the shots of the questions that followed were cut by the show's producers. Deleting hot searches and footage was already a sign of guilt, and most people, who were still skeptical, immediately believed it upon seeing the actions of the production team. I knew it. Why did the production team delete only the posts of Miss Bai, Qi Lu, and the high school students? Now I get it. Does the production team think the viewers are fools? Sorry, I was also bashing Liu Yang last week. Looking at it now, Liu Yang is truly a lotus untainted by mud. There are few artists like him in the entertainment industry. The fervor online was fermenting, and Yen Lu, Mei Yi, and the production team all faced varying degrees of slander. Many people were asking underneath the official Weibo account of Liu Yang, Liu bro, is it really like that? Liu Yang's agent's phone rang. It was Sister Axian. Sister Axian, Liu Yang's agent walked to the window and answered the phone. What does a busy person like you need from me? Let's not beat around the bush. The posts on Weibo are your team's doing, right? What will it take for you to take them down? Sister Axian was blunt. You know better than I do why Liu Yang isn't in the production team. Liu Yang's agent pretended to be dumbfounded and hesitated. Sister Axian, what are you talking about? What's happened on Weibo? Sister Zim's voice was tense as she pressed her brow. What do you want? Money or resources? Those kids really are high school seniors and they're about to take the college entrance exam. You're going to affect their grades. Liu Yang's agent smiled, unhurried. Sister Axian, I have no idea what you're talking about. With the high Weibo popularity at the moment, he had no wish to let Liu Yang easily give up this heat. He ended the call. Are we not going to reply? The assistant asked, holding the phone, looking to Liu Yang's agent. Liu Yang's agent looked at the Weibo and flipped his phone down. For now, leave it be. We won't interfere, this wave doesn't harm Lu Yang anyway. If you want to trap the wolf, you must be prepared to sacrifice the sheep. At Wang Xin's residence. They're not budging. The director sat down in the chair, anxiety bubbling up like blisters. Bai Lian and Ning Xiao were being mocked, the Xingyi martial arts school was under suspicion, and so was Qi Yundai. The production team was suspected of orchestrating publicity for Xiangqing. That's right, Sister Axayan put down her phone and reopened Strawberry Ice Cream's Weibo, momentarily at a loss for a solution. They'll see what Yan Lu has to say. She made a call to Yan Lu. Qi Yundai's situation wasn't a big deal, but Bai Lian's wasn't easy to resolve. The show was too popular. At 11 o'clock at night, Pu Xiaohan was preparing for bed when she saw a notification pop up. She frowned, clicked on it, and read through the comments. Read some books, a normal high school senior deals with these kinds of problems. Screenshot. Can we not compare everyone to Zhao Lu, please? A message popped up in WeChat, from one of her classmates in class 15. It seemed many had seen the Weibo post by Lu Yang's fans. Pu Xiaohan screenshotted the content and sent it to Qi Yundai. Qi Lu, aren't you going to sue them? Qi Yundai was at home, reviewing files. He held a pen in his right hand, drawing a symbol on the file. Seeing Pu Xiaohan's message, he was surprised. He was indifferent to the public's opinion of him, and even found it amusing when netizens praised his cooking skills. Lawyer Qi, too bad I didn't get to show off my cake. Pu Xiaohan. Lawyer Qi. Qi Yundai coughed softly, guessing that the netizens were referring to the two students, including Bai Lian. After a moment's thought, he made a phone call. At the Xiangqing Research Institute. It was 11 o'clock, but tonight Jiang Fulai was not planning on going home. He had just finished his work, passing along rows of tall machinery on his way out. Approaching a steel door, he swiped his fingerprint and the doors opened from both sides. He stepped out while taking off the blue radiation suit. His hands, defined by distinct knuckles, casually carried the garment. The lights in the lab were always on, casting a cold hue on his skin, making his complexion even paler. The smartphone in his pocket rang. It was Qi Yundai. He glanced down, swiped to answer. Mr. Jiang, even through the phone, Qi Yundai couldn't help but stand up from his chair. He put down his pen. There's something happening online. He went through the events, reporting everything to Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai paused mid-step, his focus always different from ordinary people. Netizens are saying that question is hard. Qi Yundai, yes. I got it. Jiang Fulai arrived at his restroom, pushed the door open carelessly, switched on the lights, and turned on the computer to check the messages online, not caring about the issue with Xingyi Martial Arts School or Qi Yundai. But concerning Bai Lian, his light-colored eyes fixated on one comment. Miss Bai sure knows how to put on a show with student Ning. Jiang Fulai, with an indifferent look in his eyes, typed out a string of code and deleted that comment. Then he messaged Bai Lian, "What are you doing?" Bai Lian replied succinctly, sending him a picture. She was writing a cipher. "Bai student, you type so coldly." Feeling his anger even through the text, Jiang Fulai stopped for a moment. He didn't mention the situation online, only replied, "The people at the institute are fools. Bai student, try to understand them." Jiang Fulai replied to her, "Oh." He finished typing lazily. His gaze at the computer screen was exceptionally cold as he clicked open Zhao Lu's WeChat. The next day, 7 in the morning. Most people had just woken up, preparing for work. Lu Yang donned his mask, surrounded by a group of assistants as he stepped out. The agent hung up the phone, smiling at him. "The crew of the Ballad of the Green Hills sent a message last night. They want you to audition next week." Lu Yang's side had communicated with the Ballad of the Green Hills before, but they hadn't agreed. They preferred Mei Yi's acting and popularity. Their agreement today was only due to valuing Liu Yang's current popularity. It was just then that Liu Yang's phone rang. It was his boss. Liu Yang answered immediately, and without waiting for him to speak, the boss exploded with curses. Liu Yang, have you lost your mind, riding the wave of any trend? I've told you not to provoke the people from come here friend, didn't you listen? What are you going to do now? Liu Yang faltered. He had tacitly approved of last night's event. Upon hearing his boss' words, he sensed trouble and stopped to check his phone. What happened? The agent looked at him puzzled. Liu Yang shook his head without speaking and just opened Weibo. The app was slow to respond, so he waited a moment before proceeding. Check what Yan Lu's side has done. The trending searches had changed to Xiaojingzhou and Jingjiang Preparatory Camp. As the larger online community continued to indulge in the spectacle, Yan Lu's fans mourned in their groups, saying they didn't believe it and awaited Yan Lu's denial. But the night passed without any word from Yan Lu. Even at 6 in the morning, she posted a Weibo of the sun, driving her fans to despair. It was only then that Yan Lu retweeted 3 posts, and her fans, with a doomsday mentality, clicked in. The first post she retweeted was Come Here Friend official account reposting and commenting on Strawberry Ice Cream's post. Picture, let's congratulate Master Suhee on joining Xingyi Martial Arts School. The picture showed Suhee's 6th Dan certificate. The second post, Xiao Jingzhou reposted and commented on Strawberry Ice Cream's post. Qi Lu is my teacher. He was always succinct. The third post, Jiangjing Research Institute reposted and commented on Strawberry Ice Cream's post. Screenshot, let's introduce to everyone, this is the app for the Jiangjing University Preparatory Camp. Jiangjing University Preparatory Camp. What's that? Ordinary people had never even heard of this app. The top hot comment, let me explain to everyone, Jiangjing University Preparatory Camp is prepared for top students. The top 20 in the province each year are eligible for a place, the top 200 can get into Jiangjing University, and the student in this screenshot is NO. 14, the netizens went completely wild. Chapter 500, 199 Aliens Calligraphy _1 Zhao Jingzhou was the hotshot lawyer on the internet, and everyone knew that the cases he handled almost never met with defeat. When Qi Yundai appeared on Come Here Friend, the first reaction of all the netizens was, why didn't they invite Zhao Jingzhou? It wasn't until Zhao Jingzhou's Weibo post topped the trending search. Liu Yang's fans, Zhao Lu, if you're being forced, blink your eyes. Some puzzled bystanders also expressed, no, why haven't I heard about Qi Yundai online? 2 minutes later, an informed lawyer quietly commented in the section, of course, you haven't heard of him, the cases he deals with are all international serious crimes. Have you heard about the financial loophole in the NS Group the year before last? A global top 100 enterprise, gone. Yes, he did it. Soon, another netizen threw out a screenshot, image, people clicked on the image to find a codex of criminal law, and everyone saw the text on it, participated in revising and writing the list, Qi Yundai. At this point, many people started reposting Strawberry Ice Cream's Weibo. You haven't heard of him, could it be possible that he plays in the high leagues? Jiangjing University of Political Science and Law also joined the fray, retweeting the official Weibo of, Come Here Friend. No wonder Professor Qi isn't coming back to give lectures. You've lured him away, those who vie with us for Professor Qi, beware, smile, Qi Yundai. Seeing these corroborating pieces of evidence, the detractors had nothing to say about manufacturing a god. Was a resume like Qi Yundai something that could be fabricated? Apart from Qi Yundai, the focus of netizens shifted to Jiangjing Research Institute. Not many people had heard of Jingjiang Preparatory Camp, but mentioned Jiangjing University, and everyone knew it. It was almost the dream destination for students nationwide. Looking at the Weibo post sent out by Jiangjing Research Institute, some people even exited Weibo, then reopened it, thinking they were seeing things. So, are these their daily problems? I reread the problems on my knees. The uproar was too big. By the time Liu Yang's side realized something was wrong, it was too late to pull it from the trending searches. Liu Yang sat angrily in the nanny van, his agent on the phone beside him, sweating profusely. Both had realized that this time, they were really finished. Mass defections from fans, utter collapse of public favor. The agent looked at the phone that went unanswered, returned to the page. Qi Yundai, why wasn't this revealed on the show? He said dejectedly. And those two middle school students. He was too busy, and just then he saw the screenshot strawberry ice cream sent to the fan group. So this is true, they didn't intentionally market this. You didn't refuse to join the group because of this, did you? The agent glanced at it but didn't respond. On the other end of the phone, the girl stared at the screen, also not responding for a long time. Having been in the entertainment industry for so long, strawberry ice cream finally snapped out of it after a hasty reaction, realizing that Liu Yang's team wasn't what she had imagined. She stood up, removed all the pictures of Liu Yang from her room, quit the group, opened Weibo to check her following list, and deleted anyone related to Liu Yang. When she saw the Weibo with the word pick, she paused but ultimately didn't unfollow. A major fan's public defection has a huge impact on a star. In no time, Liu Yang lost countless fans. The Come Here Friend production team. The director watched as the trending searches rose steadily. No. 1 Qi Yundai No. 2 Jiangjing University No. 3 Zhao Jingzhou. He self-medicated with water to calm his nerves. No, Sister Xan, how could you not tell me such big news earlier? Wang Xan had already known about Qi Yundai. What caught her by surprise were Bai Lian and Ning Xiao. Would Miss Yan Lu consider doing another couple of variety shows? The director asked, looking at Wang Xan seriously. Of course, it would be even better if Bai Lian could come. She's recently been focusing on honing her acting skills, preparing for her next audition. Wang Xan shook her head, putting away her phone and standing up. Don't overhype Miss Bai. Don't worry, the director said regretfully, I couldn't get the students' popularity up. Wang Xan didn't say more. She straightened her trench coat, and pulled open the office door to leave. After he left, inside the office, the assistant director whispered, Yan Lu's friends, how come they're all so outstanding? They knew that the cell phone belonged to Ning Xiao, a cold and gloomy young man. A prospective Jiangjing University student. How great it would be if they could do a variety show. You were just talking about advertising for Lawyer Qi to raise his profile, someone sitting on the far right quietly spoke up. Chapter 501, 199 Aliens Calligraphy _2 Director, we have to firmly hold on to Yan Lu's coattails. He coughed softly, then set down his water glass and shifted the conversation, looking at the others in the office. Everyone, work hard and see what other comments there are online. Also, make a dedicated video clip for Xingyi Martial Arts School. The director knew that Yan Lu's achievements in the future would not be low. Come Here Friend reached a new peak in popularity. In this period, even students in closed schools had heard of Come Here Friend, Jingjiang Preparatory Camp, and Qi Yundai, to some extent. Both Yan Lu and the show had become explosively popular. Previously, Yan Lu had entered the public eye because of her songs, but what everyone was familiar with were the songs, not her as a person. The fans of Dean Jian and Bai Jian were even more numerous than hers. But after the show aired, Yan Lu became popular with unimaginable heat. The crew of Great Yong also took the opportunity to release a trailer. Zhao Jingzhou's law office. He swiped his screen and then found Yan Lu's Weibo to follow. Zhao Lu, his assistant said in surprise, How is Professor Chi so familiar with this celebrity? Logically, Chi Yundai shouldn't know these people. Zhao Jingzhou put down his phone, recalling the scene he saw in Xiangqing, and said calmly, he shouldn't be familiar with Yan Lu. Chi Yundai was very respectful to that man and to one of his students. Wednesday. In the evening, Xiang Mountain Avenue. Suhi dragged his suitcase out of the taxi. You've arrived, his mother's call came through. Suhi just responded with a I heard the third young master is back, leaving you alone in Xiangqing. Zu's mother paused a bit, wanting to ask if her son could ever return to Jiangjing, but fearing to hurt him, she didn't ask. Hey, don't worry, maybe the situation is not as bad as we imagine. Not so bad. Suhi looked at the buildings around him, indeed not as dilapidated as he had imagined, the roads were also newly paved. I know, the great lady values this place. He forced a smile to comfort his mother, perhaps Miss Bai is also very good. His mother did not speak again. In fact, both of them knew very well that Miss Bai was from Xiangqing, and even if Xiangqing was good, how much better could it be? There wasn't even a 6th-rank martial artist to hold up the facade. Coming here was tantamount to being exiled, and Suhi's place of exile was not even the Su family, but an unknown martial arts school, from where returning to Jiangjing would be as difficult as reaching the heavens. Suhi didn't continue speaking. He quickly found Xingyi Martial Arts School following the directions on his navigation app. This place was at the entrance to a scenic area, the lighting was not very bright. Compared to the splendid Su family training base, Xingyi Martial Arts School was not large, with many tourists at the entrance. Those passing by were all ordinary people. He had anticipated this before coming, so Suhi knocked on the door without much expectation. The door was opened from inside by a middle-aged man wearing a white practice uniform, his forehead covered with sweat, and his eyes as cold as stars. Teacher Suhi? Suhi was startled by the man's imposing manner, and he composed himself. Yes, it's me. Just in time, Miss Bai has been waiting for you for a long time. Jin Kai smiled, opened the door for Suhi to enter. I am the hall master here, and we are very grateful for your help this time. Suhi followed Jin Kai with surprise, and upon entering, he saw the people training on the left side. There were not many people training at this time. One person was swinging long fists, and it seemed like you could see dust being lifted by the force of the punches, moves that he had never seen before. Suhi secretly wondered as he could tell these martial artists were not untrained. He followed Jin Kai down a corridor to the backyard. In front of the stone table in the backyard, a girl was lounging on a bench next to it, dressed in a blue and white school uniform, her top loose, her legs slightly crossed, and one hand tapping on her phone on the table. She was casually accepting an orange from a middle-aged woman, and the dim light in the yard cast a golden glow on her. Miss Bai, Jin Kai took a step forward and reported to her, he's here. Bai Lian slowly peeled the orange, looking at Suhi, and arched an eyebrow. 6th rank. Even though the girl in front of him looked young and delicate, Suhi felt an inexplicable pressure, and he tensed inwardly. Yes, Miss Bai. Although he had suffered internal injuries, he was indeed of the 6th rank. Bai Lian had already heard from Jin Kai that Suhi was there as a substitute. She broke off a segment of the orange, tossed it into her mouth, leaned on the table with her elbow and after a moment's thought said, have a go with Hall Master Jin. Facing a fight right away, Suhi hesitated for a moment, but then he set his luggage aside, and with an apologetic look toward Jin Kai, said, I apologize in advance, as in sparring punches and kicks can slip. Chapter 502, 199 Aliens Calligraphy _3 Although he had suffered internal injuries, with his experience in the Su family, dealing with an ordinary border town person was not a problem. Hall Master Jin tightened his belt and, with great elegance, raised his hand and flashed a grin at him. Suhi's expression was solemn as he stepped back with his left foot and took out his signature guardian boxing technique, charging straight for Jin Kai's face. Jin Kai blocked his right hand and reversed the move to pin him down. He was strong, bang. He was thrown to the ground. Bai Lian stood up, closely observing He's condition, then turned to Jin Kai and said, "He's a bit weak. Give him a medicinal bath tomorrow and see if he can adapt to it first." Jin Kai nodded and went outside to prepare the medicinal herbs. Only He lay on the ground, lost in confusion, staring up at the starry sky. Wasn't it said that there weren't even 6th-level practitioners here? Shouldn't he be the only 6th-level master? Why couldn't he even beat an ordinary hall master? The script was not playing out as he had expected. Only after dealing with he did Bai Lian take out her smartphone and open her conversation with Mao Kuan. Mao Kuan, 2 million. He was referring to the invitation in her possession. 2 million, 4 times higher than the starting price on the black market. Bai Lian was expressionless. When Jiang Fulai parked the car, he saw her leaning lazily against a tree with her school bag, dressed in a school uniform, her eyes languid and her face clean and simple. Behind her was the entrance to Purist Street. These past few days, the street had surged in popularity, and the crowd streamed endlessly, lights flickered into points, all fading into her backdrop. He rolled down the car window and honked the horn, signaling her to get in. This was not a good place to park. Bai Lian got into the car and fastened her seatbelt, her phone automatically connected to Bluetooth, and as Jiang Fulai merged with the traffic, he asked, "Why weren't you listening to your vocabulary words?" "I forgot," Bai Lian said, looking down. She leisurely opened her vocabulary application. While listening, she switched to a message from Su Nanjing, "Will you come back?" On the other side of the phone, Su Nanjing had just boarded the plane and was about to shut it off when he received Bai Lian's message, which amused him. "I can't come back for a short while, it takes too much time." Bai Lian tapped on her smartphone, "Give me an address, he'll send something." He sent her an address and then asked, "Are you going to send me some local specialty?" Bai Lian. She leaned back and asked Jiang Fulai, "Are you familiar with Su He?" Jiang Fulai's driving was steady. Nanjing mentioned him. "He's a collateral member of the Su family, trustworthy." Su Nanjing knew that the martial arts training hall was Bai Lian's place, so he would naturally inform Jiang Fulai when sending someone over. On the phone, Su Wenyo's concerned message popped up, asking if the pressure from her studies was too much recently. Bai Lian replied that it was manageable. As the car was nearing Purist Street, Jiang Fulai tapped his fingers leisurely on the steering wheel and asked, "Not going to eat first?" "It's still early today," Bai Lian said with lowered eyes, scrolling on her smartphone screen. She was planning to go back home today. "I'm going back to have dinner with Grandpa." Jiang Fulai then fell silent. When the car reached Purist Street, Jiang Fulai parked and walked with Bai Lian into the area, enjoying a moment of rare tranquility. Jiang Fulai stood to the left of Bai Lian, walking at an unhurried pace, the street lights and moonlight above, his profile bathed in the light, his features sparse and handsome, quiet yet emanating a sense of cool detachment. The two stopped under a street lamp at the corner. Jiang Fulai stopped and turned his head to look at her, slightly reaching out his hand. Meanwhile, in Jiangjing, at the residence of the Su family matriarch, it was rare for the entire Su family to dine together. The Su family matriarch looked at Su Wenyao with discontent. "It's been several months now. How long are you planning to make trouble with Shuyun?" Su Wenyao put down his smartphone and picked up his chopsticks, stating plainly, "Grandma, we broke up." The Qi family was a connection the Su family matriarch made with great effort, and she would not allow Su Wenyao to be foolish at this critical juncture. The Su family matriarch was on the verge of exploding. Su An looked up to stop her. "Mom, the patriarch's big birthday celebration this year is important, and what gift we should give him still needs your discerning eye. The board of directors and I have not decided yet." The main family. Ji Mulan had married into the Su family, and it was the first time she had heard this term. She couldn't help but look up. She naturally knew that in a place like Jiangjing, the Su family was just a marginal clan, but even such a marginal clan was a target she and the Bai and Song families had chased for so long. So what was this main family that the Su family was talking about? That's true, the issue had been classified as a top priority by the Su family this year, which diverted the Su family matriarch's attention. You should bring some gifts and ask the Qi family, and also your old classmate's daughter, the talented girl from the Calligraphy Association, right? See if among their acquaintances, there is a collector whose calligraphy or paintings we can buy. The butler nodded in agreement. If we could get authentic works from Liang Zuan or by Shengjuan, that would be even better. Mr. Chen favored the style of Liang, so that circle had a certain preference for works in that style. Su En knew the Su family matriarch was referring to Su Yejun. I'll ask them. It's a pity we don't have anyone in our family who practices calligraphy. The Su family matriarch set down her chopsticks, feeling quite regretful. Compared to the wealthy families of Xinjiang district, we can't match them in terms of valuable gifts. It would be best to give something that resonates with the patriarch's taste. Maybe if he's pleased, we could move back home. Something that met the patriarch's taste, be it a person or an object, would do. Hearing this, Su Wenyo's mind stirred, turning to Ji Mulan. Alien used to learn calligraphy, right? Chapter 503, 200 Express, Retreat for the College Entrance Exam, Second Update, _1 Su Wenyao had seen Bai Lian's handwriting. Neat and yet with her own style, it was very attractive. Yes, I remember too, Su En nodded as well. This time, old Madame Su looked at Ji Mulan with some surprise, calculating something in her mind. What style of calligraphy did she learn? Ji Mulan's smile was a bit awkward. Bai Lian hadn't formally studied calligraphy at all. No, it's just the style of the Jianghu. Ji Mulan herself had never seen the imperial script. Jianghu style. Old Madame Su didn't know much about it, but she knew it wasn't mainstream. She lost interest and turned to Su Jiyue, who was sitting beside her. Yeah, eat more. The high school exams are coming, don't be too stressed. Do your best for our Su family, and it would be even better if the main family sees it. Old Madam, Miss Jiyue came second in this month's exam, the butler boasted from the side. Ji Mulan also looked warmly and somewhat proudly at Jiyue. Yeah has always had good grades. Second in the country, that is, the second top scholar. Ji Mulan couldn't help but think, if Su Jiyue were her daughter, would Bai Qiming still treat them the same way? Naturally, old Madame Su was very satisfied with Su Jiyue. I remember Alien is also a senior. How is she doing? Bai Lian. Ji Mulan paused momentarily. She hadn't been in contact with Bai Lian since she left Zhongjing. It was Su Wenyao who spoke up. Alien studies are steady now. He had just asked about Bai Lian the night before. High school seniors are under a lot of stress. Su Wenyao had a classmate who couldn't cope and fell into depression, so he always cared about how Bai Lian and Su Jiyue were doing academically. Both of them were doing fine. That's good to hear. Old Madame Su nodded and did not ask further. She was merely making a polite inquiry and was not curious about Bai Lian's grades. They were surely not better than Su Ziyu's anyway. After the meal, old Madame Su took her Buddha beads to the temple to pray for Su Ziyu's smooth success in the high school exams. Since Su Jiyu entered her senior year, she had done this every day. Su Jiyue was also the hope of the new generation of the Su family. Beside her, the butler handed her an incense stick. Don't worry, Miss Jiyue has been second in the recent joint examinations. This year's runner-up will definitely be Miss Jiyue. Maybe the old master over there will meet Miss Jiyue. May the ancestors bless her. Old Madame Su quickly bowed 3 times. May Jiyue do well in her exams. Outside, Ji Mulan and Su En left for home. Though they had reconciled with the old lady, they did not live in the old residence. Su-en hadn't drunk today, and he settled into the driver's seat. Alien is also sitting her exam soon, right? I plan to visit her in a couple of months. It may not be feasible to take her to the exams. Do you want to go back with me? In June. Ji Mulan subconsciously covered her stomach, buckled her seatbelt, and looked up. My father is there. The doctor said my pregnancy is unstable. The baby was still in the early months, and she was an older mother. Xiangqing was too far. After the flight, it would be several hours car ride, and the roads in Xiangqing were rough. If Bai Lian had been as close and excellent as Su Zhiyue, she might have gone back, but Ji Mulan didn't want to take the risk of returning to Xiangqing. She wanted to avoid the topic. You just mentioned main family, and that is, you know about the circles in Zhongjing. Su-en drove out of the gate. Old Master Qin is from the Qin family. You've studied history, you should know the Qin family. Descendants of General Qin Yi. Ji Mulan gasped. Yep, Su-en nodded, his gaze deep, and our main Su family is on par with the Qin family. Our clan is too large to imagine. We were once a collateral branch of theirs, but have since separated. It's quite difficult to rejoin the main family. Su-en sighed. Ji Mulan stared at the road ahead, as Su-en's sparse words painted a world she had never encountered. The Su family, the Qin family. The next day, when Bai Lian arrived at Xingyi Martial Arts School in the evening, a group of young men and women were queuing outside. They were students planning to apply to arts colleges next year and were registering this year. She carried her book bag across the corridor to the back. In the backyard, a large wooden tub was placed, and Jean Kai was throwing herbs into it. He stood beside him, not as cold and proud as yesterday but with a hint of unease. Seeing Bai Lian, both looked over to her. Miss Bai. Bai Lian put down her book bag and played with a white handkerchief in her hand. Standing in front of the tub, she asked casually, why would you be willing to come to Xiangqing? Logically speaking, Xiangqing is so remote that even people from Beijing aren't willing to come here. He never lied. I've been seriously injured before and it left complications. My father sent me here, and I don't want to stay with the Su family anymore. Miss Bai, rest assured, I won't have any second thoughts. Chapter 504, 200 Express Delivery, Preparing for College Entrance Exam in Seclusion, Second Update, _2 His voice was bitter. He used to be full of vigor at the Su family's home, and all the relatives believed he could stand out and reach the old Master Su, becoming the right-hand man of the next family head. But after his injury remained untreated, his father no longer valued him. To them, he was nothing more than a dispensable cast-off. Bai Lian laid out a handkerchief in her hand. She turned her head to Su He. Want to be treated? Want to be treated? Su He was stunned. Years ago, he had thought about seeking treatment, but he had been to various hospitals in Jiangjing, underwent numerous tests and had many blood samples taken. The doctors only prescribed him medicine to replenish blood and boost his energy for recuperation. At first, his father also sought out various famous doctors for him, who all said that was all they could do, and the illness that had settled in only allowed for slow recovery. He looked at Bai Lian, feeling a tightness in his throat. Miss Bai, can it be cured? It can be, but it will take time. Bai Lian had already noticed the night before that he had a floating gait and weak lung and heart energies. This was the kind of chronic illness common among old soldiers, which she was quite familiar with. She had studied it with an army doctor back in the day. The girl before him was overly young, clad in a plain school uniform. She held a silver needle in her hand, and when she looked over, those serene eyes inexplicably inspired confidence. He clenched his fists. Miss Bai, I'm not afraid to wait. I can wait even 10 years. Bai Lian fell silent. It won't take that long. She pointed to a stone bench next to them, motioning him to sit. "Let me examine you first." He placed his hands flat on the stone table. Bai Lian reached out to take his pulse, her eyes lowered in contemplation. He watched her face anxiously. After 5 minutes, Bai Lian withdrew her hand. "It's about what I expected. It would improve faster with the help of medicinal baths and acupuncture. Let me give you an acupuncture treatment now." She rolled up the sleeve of her school uniform carelessly. A few strands of fringe fell over her forehead, casting a trace of indolence. Her slender fingers held the needle, and located the Zhongxian point on his body. She inserted the needles one by one, the last one at the Zisani point, to supplement earth to produce metal, a principle in traditional Chinese medicine that treatment must target the root cause. "How does it feel?" Bai Lian stepped back and observed him. He opened his eyes. "It doesn't feel like much." Bai Lian slowly redirected her gaze, noting that being able to speak was a good sign. No paralysis. Outside. Pu Xiaohan was shooting the local customs and flavors outside. When Bai Lian came over, Pu Xiaohan was just packing up her camera. "Are you done?" She walked towards Bai Lian with the camera in hand. Not yet. Bai Lian remembered there was a cluster of courier stations at the street corner, convenient for travelers wanting to send local products home. "I'm looking for a courier station." "You're sending a courier?" Pu Xiaohan greeted old Mr. Tao at the street corner before taking Bai Lian's sleeve and leading her towards the front. "It's this way. Which company do you want to use?" All kinds of courier stations were available here. Bai Lian followed Pu Xiaohan, looking to the side. "Which courier is the cheapest?" "The post office." Pu Xiaohan led her to the far end. They passed by stations for SF Express, Zhongtong, and others before stopping in front of the Green Postal Express. "It's the cheapest." The post office had the fewest people, with several couriers inside. Seeing someone approaching, the woman inside put down the package and took a couple of steps forward. Her eyes landed on Bai Lian. "Are you sending a courier?" "Yes." Bai Lian took out her backpack and pulled out a golden red invitation. "Just this." The woman took a look, saw it was an invitation, and without much notice, bent down to rummage on the floor, finding a not too battered box. "Can I use this to mail it for you, beauty?" Bai Lian was not picky. "That's fine." The woman handed her the form to fill out. Bai Lian, not wanting the writing to be unclear to others, filled out the courier form in very neat handwriting, and once finished, handed it over. The woman took it, and upon seeing Bai Lian's calligraphy, stared in surprise, then took an extra look at her. Then her eyes fell on the address. "Is this going to Jiangjing?" "Yes." Bai Lian nodded, remembering Nanjing had said he wouldn't be returning this time. The woman, not further inquiring into private matters, packed it skillfully. Out of concern for the invitation, she even carefully wrapped it in a layer of plastic film. 9 yuan. Bai Lian scanned the QR code with efficiency. Pu Xiaohan watched the woman pack the item, and after Bai Lian paid and walked out, she hesitantly asked, "The one you just sent, why does it look so much like the invitation used by good people playing ping-pong?" When Zhang Xiai showed Pu Xiaohan Bai Lian's invitation, she remembered it clearly. The wind blew, carrying a hint of chill. Bai Lian played with her phone, her voice casual. "Pretty much. 500,000. Pu Xiaohan's voice shifted, and she was a bit flustered. "You just mailed it out like that. No insurance." Bai Lian, there was also a possibility, it could be 2 million. Pu Xiaohan immediately turned around and went back to the courier store. Bai Lian's phone rang. She looked down and saw it was Wang Xan calling. She answered. Wang Xan called to express her gratitude. "Miss Bai, I am deeply thankful for your help this time. I am preparing to bring Yan Lu into the group, and we need to sign a confidentiality agreement, so we won't be able to contact you often. Yan Lu's popularity had remained high these past few days, and without waiting for Daong to air, Wang Xian had already selected several high-quality scripts for her. While listening, Bai Lian watched Pu Xiaohan, thinking she would cancel the courier. But what Pu Xiaohan thought of as a remedy was wrapping it with film 2 more times. Bai Lian quietly averted her gaze, looking towards the door and observing the bustling outside. Her voice scattered. "All right, I'll hand over the last song to Dean Jian tomorrow, and I won't release new songs for a short period." Wang Xian was taken aback. "Are you?" The street light beside them lit up, and Bai Lian reached out to grasp the light spilling through, her tone lazy. "I'm going to prepare for the college entrance exam." Yes, Bai Lian was also a senior in high school. Wang Xian recalled the number 14 hot search item, where netizens had deified Ning Xiao, the 14th ranker in the national exam. But she remembered it clearly, that number 14 was Ning Xiao's account, and Ning Xiao, at that time, was asking Bai Lian for answers. Chapter 505, 201 Soar to the Sky, Gift _1 Bai Lian's demeanor almost made Sister Xian think they were peers. It was only when she heard Bai Lian talk about the Gaokao that she vaguely realized Bai Lian was just a senior in high school, still needing to take the college entrance exams. After listening, Sister Xian seriously said just one sentence: "You will surely ride the wind and waves, soaring straight into the clouds." She hung up the phone and stood there, dazed. Next to her, Yan Lu, who was flipping through a script, looked up. "What's wrong?" Yan Lu was going to a new drama crew for a period drama, and after a makeup trial, she dyed her smog blue hair back to black for convenience of wearing a wig. Miss Bai said she sent the new song to President Jian. Wang Xian snapped back to reality, put down her phone, and looked at Yan Lu. "Also, she's going to seclude herself to prepare for the Gaokao. It said online that Ning Xiao has a very good chance of ranking in the national top 10. Yan Lu, do you remember? Ning Xiao often asks Miss Bai questions." Yan Lu pressed her hand on the script. "Right. So, that means Miss Bai might even have better grades than him." Wang Xin's gaze shifted to the window. Having spent so much time together, Sister Xian knew the attitude of Ning Xiao and his peers towards Bai Lian. Like her, it was a respect that came from the heart. Just Ning Xiao alone had sparked many online posts discussing hot topics. If Bai Lian was added to the mix, Xiangqing might see 2 students ranking in the top 10 of the national exam. In Jiangjing, having 10 such students wouldn't be surprising, but this was Xiangqing. The rarity was like finding 2 gold nuggets in the desert. Wang Xian felt that this year's Gaokao would definitely be much more lively than in previous years. "Your Xiangqing is really going to liven up, churning out prodigies," Wang Xian exclaimed sincerely and then remembered something. "Do you know about strawberry ice cream?" Yan Lu frowned. She knew this was the person who initially set the rhythm. She's been quite popular these days, turned into a big fan of Miss Bai after unfollowing. Wang Xian was also surprised. She established a fan club for Miss Bai, but she's still your hater. Yan Lu, this was normal. Yan Lu didn't have any representative works, and compared to professional-level singers, her singing was mediocre. The song became popular entirely because of Bai Lian and President Jian. The next day, after school in the afternoon, Bai Lian and Wing Qi's group had just arrived at the Zhang family's place when they saw Zhang Dad, whom they hadn't seen for a long time, moving pots of flowers. Seeing the group of students, Zhang Dad put down the flower pot. "I have had nothing to do these 2 months, resting time. You all should focus on preparing for the Gaokao. After the exams are over, I'll treat you to a big meal." Then, he took out a bunch of fruits for the students to eat. During his absence, he was thankful for these students, otherwise, he really wouldn't have been at ease leaving Miss Zhang alone at home. "Sure, uncle." Wing Qi took the watermelon and gathered beside Bai Lian. curiously watching Zhang Dad, who was carrying a potted plant as tall as a person. A good person's father is really amazing, lifting such a heavy pot with one hand. He was very impressed. The others nodded in agreement, and without speaking, Bai Lian bit into a piece of watermelon as she observed the calluses on Zhang Dad's hands. With Zhang Dad's return, the students from class 15 no longer had to check in at the Zhangs every day. Bai Lian and Pu Xiaohan went back to the milk tea shop to do their homework. Someone with money had expanded the milk tea shop, and at this hour, many students were there brushing up on questions. Jianzhe was seated next to Bai Lian, listening as she corrected his essay. It's known by its name and emulated by others. This narrative here is too shallow and empty. She outlined Jianzhe's essay with her pen, tapping the line he wrote, externally Confucian, internally legalistic. The Taoists aren't hollow, they maintain balance, with Confucianism in the open and Taoism in secret. In just a few months, the restlessness in Jianzhe had faded, and he could now, not only spend all night reading a dry biography but also discuss it with Bai Lian. The two talked. At the neighboring table, Tang Ming, who studied science, finally couldn't help but whisper to Pu Xiaohan, "Isn't Jian brother planning to go into civil service in the future?" It wasn't uncommon for people from the Calligraphy Association to go into politics. Although Tang Ming studied science, his humanities were not bad either. He understood a thing or two about what the two discussed daily. "Don't you think Sister Lian is even more impressive?" Pu Xiaohan replied sharply. "That's true." Tang Ming recalled how the literature teachers would loiter in front of class 15 for no reason, getting caught by the dean several times. After Bai Lian finished discussing with Jianzhe, Jianzhe remembered something and reported to her. In June, the Calligraphy Association assessment is in Beijing, around the 10th. Qiu Shuijing was already preparing the materials, but with Bai Lian's Gaokao approaching, he didn't want to disturb her. Bai Lian estimated the timing. It would be right after the Gaokao, so she would have time. A message from President Jian had just come through, recording. MP3. Chapter 506, 201 Soar to the Sky, Gift _2 President Jian, in seclusion. He spoke simply and to the point, probably having heard from Sister Xian about her decision not to consider new songs before her college entrance exams. Bai Lian wrote down a line, then took out her earphones, connected them to Bluetooth, and listened to President Jian's composition. Her new song was different from her previous style, leaning towards a traditional Chinese aesthetic, cold season tassels. President Jian started with a solo pipa performance, elegant and ethereal, imbued with an ancient and stable charm yet filled with exotic sentiments. In the first second, Bai Lian envisioned a scene of yellow sand and withered bones. After listening for a while, she remembered to reply to President Jian. Bai Jian, one, on the other end of the phone. Looking at this one for the first time, President Jian felt a helplessness identical to that of Jiang Fulai. President Jian directly messaged Jianzhe to inquire about Bai Lian. Jianzhe candidly told him about Bai Lian's activities, study, and then more study, and everything else would have to wait until after the college entrance exams. As for after the exams, Bai Lian would first go to Beijing. President Jian, when are you going to Beijing? Jianzhe, the Calligraphy Association's assessment, we should set off on the 9th. President Jian, got it. Jianzhe looked at President Jian's reply, scratching his head. What did he mean? Was he also planning to go to Beijing? 3 days later. Afternoon, Jiangjing. The postal worker rode his bike to a stop at the entrance to Toll Street. With one foot on the ground, he looked up at the ancient and dignified buildings on both sides, then looked down to confirm the address on the ragged box in his hands. Toll Street, number 29. Hesitating, he rode the bike onto the main road and finally stopped in front of the grand entrance of Guangliang, where a pair of 2-meter-tall stone lions stood guard, exuding an air of deterrence. 2 security guards stood at the door. Barely stepping off his bike, the trembling postal worker was approached from a distance by one of the guards. "Hello, do you have a parcel for our third young master?" The young man handed over the tattered box from the back of his bike. The guard hesitantly took it, looking down at the address label. The sender's handwriting was neat and tidy, and his eyes settled on the recipient's name, Su Nanjing. Indeed, it was for the third young master. Looking up, the name of the sender was 2 characters, Bai Lian. Bai? The security guard couldn't bring to mind any family surnamed by that was on good terms with the Su family. He took the battered box and went back, running into Su Jueming coming out of the house. He promptly removed his cap, second master. Dressed in a long gown, Su Jueming nodded slightly, his gaze falling onto the box in the guard's hand. The guard hurriedly explained, "This is a parcel for the third young master. I was just about to take it to him. For Su Nanjing." Su Jueming reached out, and the guard handed over the parcel to him. Looking down at the sender, Su Jueming's eyes landed on the place of dispatch. Seeing that it was sent from Xiangqing, Su Jueming casually threw the box back, not sparing it another glance. The guard let out a breath of relief, aware of the covert struggles within the Su family. Offending any of them was not an option, and if Su Jueming insisted on inspecting Su Nanjing's parcel, there would have been nothing he could do. Ahead, Su Jueming walked up the steps, speaking with someone beside him. "Nothing in the black market either?" "CIA has already investigated. Before the invitation was sent out, it was divvied up by those people in the international circles," the man explained in a low voice. "The invitations that leaked to the black market were bought up as soon as they appeared. However, you don't have to worry. I've heard that the third young master hasn't received any news either." Jiangjing Sijing Club. The club was exclusive. Qi Shuyun was visiting such a place for the first time. Following Leng Shuhe into a private room, she found it spacious inside, with groups of men and women sitting together. Some were playing cards, others were discussing matters. But most heads were turned, attention drifting towards someone on a sofa in the corner. There, a young man sat, his coat removed, wearing only a light blue hoodie, leaning on the sofa, casually holding a rather tattered paper box. "Mr. Xiao." At the front, Leng Shuhe greeted Xiao Bingwen and then introduced Qi Shuyun beside him. "This is the daughter of a teacher I knew long ago." Xiao Bingwen, who had gathered everyone, was still holding a pair of small scissors, moving briskly. Leng Shuhe spoke and Xiao Bingwen paused for a moment to nod at him. "Sun Feng, make sure Leng Miss and her company enjoy themselves." Then, he immediately made his way to Su Nanjing. Sun Feng stood up from the card game, a cigarette dangling from his lips, to welcome Leng Shuhe and her companion. Seeing Qi Shuyun glance towards the corner, Sun Feng joked, "Ladies, the ancestor there has been in a foul mood recently. Don't provoke him." His words made Qi Shuyun wrap her coat tighter around herself and revert her gaze. She wondered inwardly, who exactly this person was. In the corner, Su Nanjing carefully examined the paper box just delivered from the Su residence, silent and deliberate. "She hasn't seen her teacher for several days," Xiao Bingwen remarked, eyeing the box in Su Nanjing's hands. "Forget it, you'll find a different birthday gift for the old man." Su Nanjing clicked his tongue. The auction was in 2 days and there was not enough time now. Xiao Bingwen casually passed the scissors to Su Nanjing. "What's this?" He stared at the tattered parcel in Su Nanjing's hands, feeling quite out of place that such a wrapped paper box had appeared in his possession. "Alien sent me a specialty. It's so light, is there actually something inside?" Su Nanjing looked at the double-wrapped paper box and took the scissors passed to him. Su Nanjing was not like Jiang Fulai. He was not one to change course easily, hence he was the one who flew away from Beijing. Su Laoyi was in a hurry, and in his rush to catch the flight, he didn't have time to say goodbye to Bai Lian or Jiang Fulai. only leaving a message for both of them on WeChat. Is this her handwriting? Xiao Bingwen leaned in to look at the neatly written address and laughed. I never thought your name looked so tidy. He had thought it was something important, but it turned out to be a parcel sent by Bai Lian. Xiao Bingwen withdrew his attention and poured himself a drink leisurely. Not so curious anymore. Su Nanjing cut along the edge unhurriedly, creating a slit. Chapter 507, 202 Jiang Guest Birthday, Playing Against the Wind to Turn the Tables, Second Update, _1 Pu Xiaohan had tightly wrapped the outside of the box, and Su Nanjing had to exert some effort to cut it open. Inside, there was something that resembled a book, which was also wrapped in a protective film. One could not see clearly through the protective film. Xiao Bingwen greeted Sun Feng on the other side. Did she send you a book? This seemed like something Bai Lian could do. Su Nanjing exerted some more effort to cut open the protective film, finally revealing a red background with golden letters that read, Invitation, and below it, there was an imposing white tiger. An invitation. Xiao Bingwen picked up the red wine that was put aside, stood up to prepare to attend to the group that had come today, and glanced at it casually. What kind of invitation is this? A white tiger, from the White Tiger Auction House, huh? He said it offhandedly. In mid-sentence, his steps abruptly came to a halt. Then, with a snap, he set down the wine glass, his gaze fixed unblinkingly on the invitation. There had never been a moment where he felt the sound of his heartbeat so clearly. His throat tightened, and his voice trembled. This is... They didn't have invitations, but they had seen them before. The White Tiger Auction House was a place where they could buy almost everything they wanted. Occasionally, certain items were too precious, making the invitations hard to get, but in most cases, the Su and Xiao families were still able to get one through official channels. So at just one glance, they recognized that this was the invitation they had been seeking this time. Did Miss Bai send this to you? Xiao Bingwen looked at the tattered box beside him and then at the understated and mysterious invitation in Su Nanjing's hands, finding it absurdly comical. Su Nanjing immediately took out his phone to call Bai Lian. She picked up after one ring. Little sister Bai Lian, what did you send over? Bai Lian had just finished school, and she was at a milk tea shop ordering a milk tea, while Qi Yundai was passing a plate of cake to her. An invitation. She took the cake that Qi Yundai offered and turned to walk inside, her voice calm and unhurried. Haven't you been looking for it? What's the matter? Su Nanjing, no. Oh, Bai Lian's tone was casual. Is there anything else? Her tone suggested, don't disturb my studies. The two hung up the phone. Xiao Bingwen had listened to the entire conversation, finally came back to his senses, and murmured, where did she get that invitation from? He and Su Nanjing had been busy for half a month, and these last few days they were really about to give up, then this invitation had fallen from the sky. Was it from Jiang Fulai? Bai Lian was but a high school student at Xiangqing First High School. Other than Jiang Fulai, Xiao Bingwen really couldn't think of any other explanation. Bai Lian had been in seclusion and did not attend the auction. Saturday. It was rare for Jiang Fulai to have a day off, and these people were already regulars at the library. The light streamed through the library windows and fell on the table by the window. Today, the library was quite busy, and the table on the right was completely occupied by Bai Lian and her group. Jiang Fulai sat on the very right, with black headphones on his ears. In front of him was a very thin laptop. His slender fingers tapped on the keyboard, and occasionally he turned his head to speak with Bai Lian. The sunlight fell on his face, his eyelashes cast down, giving his usually cold features a touch of entanglement. Tang Ming across him raised his hand, looking cautiously towards Jiang Fulai. Teacher Jiang, we're having hot pot for lunch. Jiang Fulai was used to being cold, and his demeanor didn't seem to fit someone who would join them in bustling eateries. Although they had had hot pot together many times, inviting Jiang Fulai still took a lot of courage from Tang Ming. Sure, Jiang Fulai nodded indifferently. Tang Ming finally sighed with relief and quickly sat down. At noon, the hot pot restaurant in the next mall. To ensure everyone could eat properly, Tang Ming and the others booked a private room. The group wasn't large: Bai Lian, Jiang Fulai, Pu Xiaohan, Ning Xiao, Tang Ming, and Jiang He. They had ordered a dual-flavored hot pot, to which Jiang Fulai was indifferent. He held a pencil, scanned the menu, and ticked a few dishes Bai Lian would eat. As he continued scrolling, Bai Lian reached out to press down on his fingers. Jiang Fulai's fingers were always cool, due to spending too much time in the underground laboratory. Even in Xiangqing, it didn't change his constitution. His naturally pale and cold fingers seemed even more like white jade. Feeling a warmth, he looked at Bai Lian's finger pressing on his hand, then watched her leisurely pull the pencil from his grip. Bai Lian rested her chin on her other hand, tilting her head slightly. "Teacher Jiang, no need to order more. They've ordered more than we can finish." She spoke from experience. Jiang Fulai let go of the menu. "All right then." He didn't continue ordering. Having known each other for so long, aside from when Jiang Fulai was teaching them and prone to teasing, during meals, he generally did not disrupt everyone's good time and was trying to contain the coldness he emanated. Chapter 508, Jiang Guest's 202nd birthday. It's all about turning the tables against the wind. Second update. _2 At the dining table, Pu Xiaohan was posting pictures in the group chat. Pu Xiaohan, Grandpa's clothes are almost done. After sending the message, she looked up at the people around the dining table. Grandpa's class uniform is ready. I've reserved a set for the good guy, but he won't be able to take the graduation photo with us next month. Especially Zhang Xiai's. Given the current atmosphere in Class 15, the merit of Zhang Xiai's and Wing Qi cannot be overstated. To take a graduation photo without Zhang Xiai's would make Class 15 seem somewhat imperfect, Pu Xiaohan felt. Although they joked and laughed when mentioning Zhang Xiai's, Pu Xiaohan and the others knew they could only adopt such an attitude. A year in jail would have too large a psychological impact on a high school student. "Don't worry," Bai Lian said as she picked up public chopsticks to serve food. Xiao Bei mentioned that they've prepared a banner for the good guy. Banner? The mood livened up at the mention of Wing Qi. Tang Ming, curious, asked, "What kind of banner? What good deed could Bei have done?" "Hey, I was even thinking that at the time. I could wear his clothes and take a photo with you all in his stead." Pu Xiaohan clapped the table. "Right, you could print out a large picture of the good guy and paste it over your face." A group of teenagers were eating hot pot. Worries came suddenly and left just as quickly. Jiang Fulai quietly listened to their conversation, occasionally helping Jiang He reach for dishes he couldn't, without interrupting their chat. Bai Lian also listened in, lazily. After finishing the meal, Pu Xiaohan called the waiter over to clean up the table. Jiang Fulai was sitting on the same side as Bai Lian. To his left was Bai Lian, to his right was Jiang He. After the meal, the waiter had also cleared away the excess bowls and chopsticks from the table. He thought Bai Lian would be in a hurry to return to the library to do homework. But Bai Lian didn't leave. The others at the table were still discussing post-graduation matters, with Tang Ming expressing a desire to take a photo with Class 15. Since Bai Lian was there, Jiang Fulai wasn't in a rush either. He leaned back slightly and spoke to Bai Lian. "They're talking about a graduation trip. Have you thought about it?" "A graduation trip? Have you ever traveled?" Bai Lian asked as she heard the term for the first time. She opened a can of cola with one hand for Jiang He and turned to look at Jiang Fulai. No, Jiang Fulai hadn't gone traveling either. His life consisted of nothing but research. "Then you still talk about taking me to the snow mountains," Bai Lian remembered this. The private room was warm, Jiang Fulai had already taken off his coat. He was wearing a white shirt with the collar slightly open. He hadn't expected Bai Lian to remember that, and he softly replied, "You could go during the summer break as well, but the snow won't be as thick then." "No rush," Bai Lian suddenly said, recalling something. "But I kind of want to go to the grasslands." She flipped through history. There lay the tomb of the third princess. The grasslands. Jiang Fulai tapped his fingertips on the table, picturing the map in his mind, planning the route. "That works too." As he was speaking, the private room's door was pushed open, and the waiter brought in the disassembled cake. Creamy white frosting, red roses spreading along the center all the way to the base of the cake. Clusters of roses, nestled against the green vines, were blooming together. It was like a passionate oil painting. Irresistible to the eyes. Ning Xiao stood up to receive the cake, and after thanking the waiter, he placed it on the table. But the waiter didn't leave, instead looking longingly at the cake that resembled a handicraft. "Handsome, where did you buy your cake from?" "This wasn't bought," Pu Xiaohan smiled at her. "It was made by our friend." The cake maker, of course, was Qi Lu. Tang Ming motioned to Jiang Fulai to blow out the candles. "Happy birthday, brother Jiang. Blow out the candles and make a wish." Jiang Fulai looked at the slowly burning candles. For the first time, the usually calm and composed him didn't know how to react. Perhaps because his family was no longer around, he didn't celebrate his birthday. He usually spent his birthdays in the lab to avoid trouble. If others couldn't find him, it would just be dropped. Even Su Nanjing and Jiang Shijue would only send a gift when the time came. Blowing out candles and making a wish, this was his first experience. The windows in the private room were closed, the candlelight reflected on his cold face. Under the urging of Tang Ming and the others, Jiang Fulai slowly closed his eyes and made a wish. He didn't have any particular wishes. If it were before, he might have wished to find dark matter. But now, he quietly thought, may Miss Bai be safe and sound year after year. Jiang He stood by his side and helped him blow out the candles. In the evening, Jiang Fulai leisurely strolled in the setting sun. He escorted Bai Lian back to the Ji family. Ji Heng invited them to have dinner. He had specially gone fishing with Chief Chen that day, and the neighbor auntie helped with cooking. By the time the two returned, the meal was ready. Chapter 509, Jiang Guest's 202nd birthday. It's all about turning the tables against the wind. Second update, _3 The dishes were very rich. At the dining table, Ji Heng gave Jiang Fulai the set of clothes meant for him, a silver-gray overcoat, made of silk-like material that looked very high-end, fastened with Chinese frog buttons. Patterns were embroidered across the middle of the sleeves and the front. Jiang Fulai carefully accepted the set of clothes, his fingertips grazing the cool fabric. One glance was enough to see the dense stitches. Ji Heng had put a lot of thought into it. Chief Chen and Ji Heng both enjoyed drinking. The two chatted as they sipped their liquor, and an hour passed by without finishing their meal. That's when Jiang He found time to go to his room and bring out his Lego for him. The Lego was a custom-designed castle tower. The blueprint was drawn by Jiang He, and his teacher helped him make numerous revisions. It was 30 centimeters wide and about 40 centimeters tall. The intricate bricks and the connecting beams could be seen. Jiang Fulai said thank you twice today. After giving the gift, Jiang He couldn't take his eyes off him. Jiang Fulai took it and pointed at a spot, looking at Jiang He and casually remarked, "This part isn't drawn well." Jiang He decided to sleep with Ji Heng tonight. Ji Heng had drunk too much today. Bai Lian made an exception and walked Jiang Fulai to the door. At 9 o'clock, Jiang Fulai looked down the long, dark alley. Just as he reached the bend at the entrance, he stopped and told Bai Lian to go back first. Bai Lian was dressed in a pale green outfit today, her jet black hair half up. She stopped, stretched out her left hand and opened it. A piece of Kylan jade almost melting under the lamplight appeared before Jiang Fulai. Happy birthday, Teacher Jiang. Jiang Fulai was taken aback, presumably not expecting her to have prepared a gift for him. He reached out to take it, still able to feel the warmth of the jade in his palm. End of May. With the college entrance examination approaching, the school arranged for a graduation photo to be taken. The location was the central stone of the school, with 5 steps beneath it, perfectly accommodating the students to line up. Class 15 prepared uniform attire. The girls' dresses featured a mandarin collar, with a white undergarment, embroidered with ivy at the edges, covered by a red, sleeveless waistcoat adorned with delicate vine patterns. The buttons were matching Chinese frog buttons. Below was a white skirt, the hem embroidered with vivid clusters of roses, red and pink rosebuds in full bloom nestled among green leaves. As the girls stepped forward, the rose bushes hidden in the folds of their skirts burst into full bloom. The boys' clothes. Skip. The students of Class 14 were currently taking their graduation photos below, while the photographers snapped pictures and they stood on the steps, involuntarily gazing at the students of Class 15, their eyes resting on the last tall girl. Bai Lian, with her phone in hand, nonchalantly followed Lu Lingxi at the end of the line. Her hair, still half up as usual, her almond-shaped eyes half closed, her hair was too long, loosely curling over her shoulders beneath the wooden hairpin. Bai Lian, who was used to wearing plain clothes, wore such a brightly colored outfit for the first time today. The traditional Chinese-style clothes seemed to have been tailored specifically for her, set against a backdrop of blue sky and white clouds. The wind scattered her skirt's hem. A girl of roses, blossoming in the wind. More than half the students from Class 14 were stunned, and the photographer had to remind them to come back to their senses. They all say I look stupid like this. Lian Jia, Xiaohan, take a look, do I look dumb? Wing Qi unfurled his custom-made banner, about 70 centimeters long, with the words written on it, posing with Zhang Xiai's, a Mr. Nice Guy, red background with white characters. Pu Xiaohan looked up, imagining her gorgeous graduation photo marred by this thing. No wonder the cultural committee member had been complaining non-stop. She refused. Bai Lian looked at the line of text and nodded, I think it's fine, the color matches our clothes well. Wing Qi's eyes lit up, right? I knew you'd get it, Sister Lian. You really think so? Pu Xiaohan asked incredulously, clutching at Bai Lian's arm. Bai Lian was puzzled, yeah. Pu Xiaohan, it was the first time Pu Xiaohan realized that Bai Lian was actually quite straightforward. The graduation photo for Class 14 was taken, and the principal, vice principals, and teachers from various subjects stood up from the front row. The principal couldn't leave since he had to take photos all day. Wing Qi, Lu Lingxi called for Wing Qi, her gaze briefly pausing on Wing Qi's banner before she said, the chemistry teacher hasn't arrived yet, he's teaching in Class 9. Go call him, will you? Wing Qi put away the banner and went to summon the chemistry teacher. The principal and vice principals came over looking for Lu Lingxi and Bai Lian. The end of the college entrance exams was finally approaching, and the principal looked at Bai Lian with mixed emotions. Bai student, relax. No matter how the tests go, just do your best. Okay, consented Bai Lian with a nod. Time flies, Lu Lingxi adjusted Bai Lian's clothes, looking at the girl in front of her. I remember the first time you came to take the test, you scored 50 points in comprehensive science. Back then, I thought you would need to repeat a year. From the nearby steps, Pu Xiaohan called Bai Lian over to line up. Bai Lian walked over. The principal watched her walk away, musing, from 50 points to now, I wonder how she will fare in the college entrance exams. She hasn't been in the joint exams, so I have no idea how much Song Min has improved. I have a feeling this year's exams won't be easy. The vice principal had now become a die-hard supporter of Lien. There's no need for won't be easy. The valedictorian will definitely be our by student. As he spoke, he murmured to himself, don't think I don't know you've already prepared the valedictorian banner. The principal, the homeroom teacher of Class 8, stood next to the principal, watching Bai Lian in the crowd without saying anything. Bai Lian stood in the second row, next to Pu Xiaohan, the breeze gently lifting the wisps of hair on her forehead, with a stone carved with Bai Xiangzhen's words behind her, flaunting the youthful spirit and ambition of their generation. Wang Qi had called the chemistry teacher over. The students of Class 15 had already lined up. He stood behind Bai Lian and Pu Xiaohan holding a flag, whispering. They were just discussing how Sister Lian managed to come this far from 50 points in comprehensive science. How did she come this far? Bai Lian slightly tilted her head towards Wang Qi, raising an eyebrow in her usual casual way, yet with a hint of playful arrogance Wang Qi had never seen before. She didn't speak but looked through the gap at the line of poetry on the stone behind. The Bai family's army won many battles by turning defeat into victory. That was what she was best at, playing the game of turning the tides against the wind. Do you understand, young one? Requesting monthly votes, dear readers. Chapter 5:10, Battle 203 commences. A clash of two champions _1 at 10 in the morning. The sun was plenty strong. Light passed through the clouds and settled on Xiangqing No. 1 Middle School, falling upon the boulder that had stood for 1,000 years. Bai Lian reached out her hand to shield her eyes from the glare, her gaze fixed on the powerful and resonant characters inscribed on the stone. In the interplay of light and shadow, it was as if she saw the comrades who had fought the last battle with her 1,000 years ago. The interweaving of light and shadow was blurry. 1,000 years later, Bai Lian stood beneath the line of poetry she had written with her spear raised. About to fight her first battle. The photographer held up the camera, intending to check the framing in the viewfinder, but his attention was captured by the girl inside the lens. She stood amid the crowd, her face slightly turned, with half-tied hair resting on her shoulder. The girl in the lens had eyes that held the fierceness of warhorses and iron soldiers, as if she had traversed mountains and rivers, emerging from the battleground to split open hills of corpses and seas of blood on horseback. Despite the crowd of students around her, rowdy and joking, in that instant, they all but became her backdrop. The photographer involuntarily focused the lens and pressed the shutter. After capturing the moment, he reviewed the photo just taken. The composition was beautiful, like a destiny revolving through a millennium, filled with a mysterious sense of story. He admired it for a while, planning to send it to the student later. The students of Class 15 had mostly lined up, and the photographer put down his camera, amplifying his voice. Students, quickly get into place, the teachers can take their positions now too. The disciplinary teacher, who was negotiating with the principal about exactly how many banners were ordered, stopped upon hearing this. He adjusted his shirt and walked forward solemnly. In the crowd, Pu Xiaohan was holding her video camera, filming the making of footage. When everyone was almost ready, she put down her camera and stood up. Seeing Wang Qi actually pulling up the banner, she said, "Wait a moment, let the photographer take a picture of us without the banner first, then we can take one with the banner later." This was the result of Pu Xiaohan's discussion with Lu Lingxi. Take one without the banner first? Wang Qi folded the banner, stuffed it into his pocket, and patted it. Fine, I'll bring it out again later. Wang Qi, lower your head a bit. Don't squeeze me, Xiaohan, I'll stand on your right. Can I stand in front of Sister Lian please? You go to the front, even on tiptoes, you aren't taller than me. The students of this class, dressed in uniform traditional clothes, chatted noisily. Beneath the lens, they were green and vivid. The photographer, looking at these bright and youthful students under the sun, unexpectedly recalled his own school days, that bygone youth which would never return, wondering how many of these students would still be in contact with each other in a few years. He sighed. Click. The photo was taken at that instant. For the second shot, Wuxia asked a classmate to move aside, leaving a space, then he turned to Ning Xiao on his left, mustering his courage. Top student, can you cooperate with me? Ning Xiao looked down, his fringe hiding his dark eyes. He coldly eyed the absurd banner in Wuxia's hands without saying a word. Having interacted with Jiang Fulai for so long, Wuxia no longer found Ning Xiao as unapproachable as before. Top student, Wuxia passed one corner of the banner to him, assessing the distance of roughly one person between him and Ning Xiao. He tentatively asked, "Good man is your desk mate, so if you hold it, isn't it like he's here too?" As he spoke, he cautiously lifted the banner in his hand. Ning Xiao stared at the red banner and still said nothing. Bai Lian stood in front of the two, with the space Wuxia and Ning Xiao left behind her. She tilted her head back. "Ning Xiao, help him hold it." Ning Xiao coolly extended a finger and hooked the corner of the banner. His expression was especially somber as he held the banner. Wuxia gave Bai Lian a hand gesture of thanks before waving at the photographer. "We're ready now, you can take the picture." The photographer lifted the camera and was drawn to the banner. Seeing the symbol that read, "One Good Man," on it, he thought to himself about how serious students' nicknames are nowadays, as in their time they were things like Fart Prince or Crazy Wild Boar. After all the photos were taken, Lu Lingxi sent a student to call down Class 16 for their group photo. Pu Xiaohan, meanwhile, took out her camera to film the class candid shots, and Wuxia called the boys to stand on the roadside and shouted to Pu Xiaohan, hurry, take a group shot for us guys. Pu Xiaohan readied her camera and turned to point it at them. Wuxia stood in front of everyone, directing them to pose. Before he could speak, a few taller boys hoisted him up as they shouted, "Taro Xiao Bei." Chapter 511, 203 starts the first battle. A pair of heroes _2 Pu Xiaohan captured this scene on video from the side. Class 16 students came down. They were on the 4th floor, and hadn't seen Class 15's graduation outfits that morning. Upon coming down now, the girls immediately gasped in astonishment. The photographer taking the graduation photos was discussing the placement positions with Class 16's teacher. Two girls from Class 16 walked over with their smartphones and stopped beside Bai Lian. "Bai Lian, could we take a picture with you?" There were many photos of Bai Lian in the school forum, most of which were of her back. Students from other senior classes would often visit Class 15 to seek blessings from the two exam gods, and as the college entrance exam approached, they were seizing the last chances to take photos together, which might not come again after the exams. "How come Tang Ming hasn't come down yet?" Wuxia, who had been ditched for quite a while, finally managed to get close to Bai Lian to seek salvation. "Wasn't he supposed to take a photo with us?" Just as she was speaking, Tang Ming hurried over, still draped in his school jacket, muttering, I made it. Wuxia, overwhelmed, pointed at Tang Ming and said, "Everybody, go swarm him." Tang Ming was an unofficial member of Class 15. He had just come down and was still unclear about what was happening when he was surrounded by a crowd from Class 15. A lot of them had brought smartphones and took many photos to share in the group chat. Bai Lian looked through the group for a few photos and finally found one where she was with Zhang Shi's banner and Pu Xiaohan and others, and she sent it to Jiang Fulai. "Print it out and bring it to the good person tomorrow." Jiang Fulai replied quickly, "Graduation photo?" 1. While this group was fooling around, Lu Lingxi stood by watching for quite a while without urging them back to class. Considering the pressure students of Class 15 had placed on themselves this half-year, it was good for them to relax a bit before the exams. Her gaze landed on Bai Lian, who was standing to the side looking down at her phone, and she walked over to her, pausing, just perform normally without pressure during the college entrance exam, and try to relax now that it's almost here. She thought Bai Lian was studying. Bai Lian silently put away her phone. Okay. The Research Institute. Jiang Fulai waited for quite a while, but Bai Lian hadn't replied, so he couldn't help but click to open the photo Bai Lian had sent him. The photo was taken with a smartphone, with Wing Qi and Pu Xiaohan holding up Zhang Shi's banner standing to the left of Bai Lian, and another girl standing to her right, while Ning Xiao and Tang Ming and others were in the background. The sunlight above was just right, making the group of young boys and girls radiate with youth. He looked at the girl in the center, who stood amidst the crowd, her dark apricot eyes looking at the camera, a smile playing on her lips, her posture slightly lazy and facing the wind, with her half-tied ink-black hair fluttering, blending in with the surrounding youngsters. A group of spirited senior high school students. Jiang Fulai tapped on the photo with his fingertip, then reached out to press save. After exiting, he opened up the Beiqing High School forum. Since Bai Lian arrived at Beiqing High School, she had become a frequenter on the forum, what score she got, what she wore today, encountering her in the cafeteria. At first, Jiang Fulai intended to delete it, but as he scrolled through, the forum seemed like a journal of her growth. From the first mention of Bai the Great to now, the graduation photo. Jiang Fulai lowered his head, thinking about checking for new posts from today. He instantly saw the pinned photo. Ah, I took a photo with Senior Bai. She's super beautiful. Scrolling down, there were more photos with her. It was one thing with senior students, but even the first and second year students went to take photos. Jiang Fulai looked on coldly. After school in the afternoon. Class 15 students had a 100% head-turning rate as they walked on the street. Bai Lian carried her backpack in her hand, walking on the very edge of the group, with Pu Xiaohan by her side, while people from Class 15 were urging Pu Xiaohan to hurry home and post the video she had taken to the group chat. The milk tea shop was still packed as ever. Jiang Fulai was speaking to Qi Yundai across from the milk tea shop, wearing a garment made for him by Ji Hing today, a silver-gray silk shirt, elegant and cool, subtly shimmering with a cold light in the sunlight. He listened quietly to Qi Yundai, his eyes occasionally sweeping over the school gate in a somewhat absent-minded manner. It was only when he saw Bai Lian and her group, dressed in rose-colored graduation robes, did he pause for a moment. Mr. Su has already spoken to Jiang's butler. Qi Yundai was saying something to Jiang Fulai when he noticed Jiang's gaze shift and belatedly looked behind him. Upon seeing Bai Lian emerging from the school gate, Qi Yundai stopped. They're taking their graduation photos today. As the college entrance examination approached, the school was plastered with banners. When Bai Lian approached, Wing Qi and Tang Ming quieted their roughhousing and respectfully greeted Jiang Fulai before heading off to the milk tea shop together. Qi Yundai remembered his cake and dashed back to attend to it without delay. Jiang Fulai stood still, appearing aloof, his gaze fixed only on Bai Lian. Bai Lian, holding the banner from Zhang Shi's, paused slightly and said, "What's up?" Jiang Fulai leisurely took out his phone, opened the camera app, and casually asked, "Bai Lian, can I take a picture with you?" Bai Lian, where had he heard that again? Jiang Fulai seldom took photos. He turned on the front camera, which had no beauty filter, but with their superior bone structure, even just showing above the chest, the two were dressed in ancient-styled clothes in the camera. The two looked like they were part of a painting set in ink and wash, with a wisp of sunset in the background, exquisitely beautiful. There were no compositional techniques in use, their good looks alone carried the photo. After Jiang Fulai finished taking the photo, he checked it, was satisfied with it, and remembering that Bai Lian had once criticized his photography skills, showed it to her. "Bai Lian, what do you think?" Bai Lian looked down at the photo and let out a sigh. Across at the milk tea shop, Pu Xiaohan, holding an order, stood by the counter and whispered to Yang Lin, "Teacher Jiang's angle is so fatal, his photography is really not up to par. Yang Lin looked up and glanced across through the glass. Qi Yundai, having donned his chef's hat, felt like giving Pu Xiaohan a thumbs up. Meanwhile, in Beijing, approaching the college entrance exam, Bai Qiming had specially invited the principal of Beijing High School and the head teacher of the international class to a meal at a hotel to inquire about Bai Shaoqi's situation for the exam. The principal of Beijing High School spoke highly of both Bai Shaoqi and Song Min. Both students have made rapid progress this semester, and there's no need for concern. President Bai, President Song. Always serious, Bai Qiming couldn't help but smile. And he and the Song family had already booked the hotel. Do you think Shaoqi stands a chance of being admitted to Jiangjing University? Of course, the principal nodded, smiling with a sense of admiration. Though she's not as good as her brother academically, she's improved significantly this semester. Without any mistakes, there's a 90% chance she can get into Jiangjing University. Bai Qiming had no clear concept of their academic achievements, but hearing the principal's affirmation that Bai Shaoqi could indeed gain entry, the surprise on his face was unmistakable. His hand clenched the wine glass tightly to prevent himself from showing too much emotion. Would their Bai family really produce two champions? Two outstanding students at Jiangjing University. Even though the principal mentioned Bai Shaoqi wasn't quite on par with Bai Shaoke, Bai Qiming was still pleased. Now that Bai Shaoke had begun an internship at the Jiangjing laboratory and had met many professors and doctoral students, with the addition of Bai Shaoqi, they were one step closer to making their mark in Jiangjing. Behind him, the Bai family butler looked on at this scene, feeling happy for the miss. Yet, he couldn't help but remember Bai Lian, whose impression on him when she left the Bai family was unforgettable. Bai Lian was in the same grade as Bai Shaoqi, but since moving to Xiangqing, there had been no word from her. Bai Qiming was happy for his daughter but couldn't help feeling regretful. It's a shame she ran into Song Min. This year Song Min is probably going to be the Beijing top scorer. He had already heard from the Song family on several occasions that Song Min had been first in all the recent joint exams, far outstripping the second-place student. Bai Qiming had thought the principal would agree, but unexpectedly, both the principal and the head teacher remained silent. Bai Qiming paused, slightly puzzled. Did I say something wrong? Zhang Xiais placed the handcuffs down, loosened his wrists, and followed Jiang Fulai's instructions for a while. Without Bai Lian there, Jiang Fulai's patience was limited. Even he got scolded for making mistakes in front of Jiang Fulai. Seated across from Zhang Xiais, his white shirt sleeves rolled up neatly, his delicate features frosted over, he asked, "Are you the one applying for the University of Political Science and Law?" Qi Yundai watched for a while and his brow twitched. "Let me handle this, young Master Jiang." Jiang Fulai coldly stood up, pulling at his collar. An hour later, Qi Yundai calmly asked, "Would you mind spending another 10 years in here?" Zhang Xiais, without Bai Lian present, it would have been good even if Senior Hewen was there, yet why did two King Yamas have to come today? The lengthy prison visit finally ended. Zhang Xiais would rather go back and spend another 10 days inside. As he was leaving, Jiang Fulai handed him 2 items. Zhang Xiais took them and looked. He opened the red banner first. "What's this?" As he unfolded it, he soon saw the words written on it. "Take a picture with Zhang Xiais, a good man, Zhang Xiais." At this moment, he turned his attention to the other item, a photograph. It was a picture of Bai Lian and the others with this banner, and as he looked at it, he vaguely remembered, they've all taken their graduation photos already, huh? They're graduating. He treasured the photograph, storing it as if he too had participated in the graduation photo shoot from afar. "Right, Brother Jiang." Zhang Xiais took out a letter he was holding and handed it to Jiang Fulai. "Please give this to Sister Lian to pass on to Lu's mom when the time comes." This was Zhang Shi's letter to Lu Lingxi. Evening. The courtyard at Jihang's. Since the graduation outfits for Class 15 were completed, he had some free time to work on his own small items. Jiang He had been with Jihang during this period. Like Jihang, he didn't talk much and was different from other kids his age. He was smart and independent, yet he wasn't a conversationalist and tended to be hard on himself. Strangely enough, he got along very well with Jihang. Usually one would be drawing while the other would be embroidering, passing the days quietly. When Su-an arrived carrying a bunch of gifts, the courtyard gate was open, and he immediately noticed Jiang He sitting leisurely at the stone table with his paintbrush. Jihang looked up, saw Su-an, and was somewhat surprised. "Why did you suddenly come back?" He stood up. Zu's assistant followed Su-an, also carrying a lot of items. "Chairman Su was worried about disturbing Miss Bei's exam preparation and didn't inform you in advance. I don't plan to stay long, just came to see you and Alien. Alien has her exams, so I have to rush back tomorrow." Su-an placed the heap of gifts in the living room, pausing when he saw the TV there. "You bought a television." He had thought Jihang didn't enjoy watching TV, so he had not considered buying one for them. Su-an had brought a bunch of gifts this time, including tobacco as well as clothes and accessories prepared for Bai Lian. Alien bought it. Jihang brewed 2 cups of tea and asked them to sit down. After a long wait without anyone else showing up, he pondered for a moment. "Has Mulan not come back?" Su-an placed the items down and replied, "Xiangqing is far, and the doctor said her pregnancy is not stable, so I didn't let her come back." Jihang glanced at Su-an as he lit his tobacco pipe. "You don't need to explain for her." What Ji Mulan was thinking, Jihang knew very well. Even if the journey wasn't so long, Ji Mulan hadn't even phoned to ask about Bai Lian's high school exam results. Now, as long as she didn't coerce Bai Lian, Jihang preferred not to get overly involved in Ji Mulan's affairs. He was aware that Ji Mulan's attention was solely on the unborn child within her. Jihang lowered his head and took a puff of smoke. His gaze was heavy. Bai Lian had returned with Jiang Fulai. When the two arrived, Su-an was in the hall talking to Jihang. Seeing Bai Lian and her companion return, Su-an couldn't help but stand up. He went outside to greet Bai Lian, his eyes pausing briefly on Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai wore a white shirt today, and under the lights, all of his usual sharpness seemed to be hidden away. Yet, those light-colored eyes that glanced over still felt very oppressive. Su-an pondered deep down, wondering exactly who Mr. Jiang was. Jiang, surname Jiang. Su-an pondered for only a moment before shifting his thoughts. He reached out and handed a gold top-of-the-list pendant to Bai Lian. "Your high school exams are in a couple of days. I wish you success in leaping through the Dragon's Gate in advance." He had the pendant specially made by a goldsmith, and both Su Jiue and Bai Lian had one. Beside him, Zu's assistant chimed in with auspicious words. "Miss Jiue said that with Miss Bei's math skills, you will surely make it to the top of the list." "Thank you," Bai Lian said humbly, accepting the pendant. Jiangjing. Su family old house. Su Jiue was still at school, only the old Madam Su Wenyao and Ji Mulan dined together. "I'll be sending Jiue to the exams on the day of her high school exams." The old lady held chopsticks in her right hand while turning Buddha beads in her left. "Wenyao, you're busy with school, so there's no need to rush back especially." Su Wenyao nodded in agreement. With the high school exams approaching, the old Madam Su was also anxious. After having a few bites, she suddenly remembered something. "What about your father?" "He's gone back to Xiangqing," began Su Wenyao. "Alien also has her high school exams, so he went back to visit them in advance." The old Madam Su knew about Bai Lian's exams, but she never expected Su-an to make a special trip back for it. It's a holiday today, so let's ask for monthly votes to update more. Chapter 513, 205 College Entrance Exam, Go Against the Current Straight to the Clouds. Extra chapter for Monthly Pass, _1 Shinqing opened her mouth, looked at the butler, and explained, Alien is a good student, last time at the Su family. Su Jiue had mentioned that Bai Lian was at some Yuan base, and as Shinqing wasn't highly educated, she had almost forgotten about it after half a year. She couldn't remember what that base was, but she knew that Bai Lian was very likely to be directly admitted to Jiangjing University. For her, the fact that Bai Lian could attend Beijing University was already surprising enough, let alone Jiangjing University. I know, the butler said upon hearing this, only glancing at Shinqing with a perfunctory tone. He had heard Shinqing brag about Bai Lian's good grades more than once. But after all, the Mu family was a prominent clan, and the butler had seen all kinds of geniuses in the family. Could Bai Lian's excellent grades really surpass those of the past prodigies of the Mu family? Alien's mother hasn't gone back. Ji Shaojun pulled out a cigarette, pinched it between his fingers without lighting it, and simply said, if the two of us don't go back now, it might affect her mood. Affect her mood. The butler thought to himself, does it really matter to her whether it affects or not? But having been around them for so long, the butler knew Ji Xian's character and didn't insist on keeping Ji Shaojun and Shinqing. He simply said, all right, I'll have Xiaojie take you back. Make sure to return as soon as possible. He calculated the time. After the college entrance exam was over, it would be the Dragon Boat Festival. If Ji Shaojun left right after her exams, he might be able to make it in time. June 5th, Class 15, high school's last class. Even the usually most lively Wing Qi was quiet at this time. Lu Lingxi, with her hands on the lectern, swept her gaze across all the students, pausing on the seat next to Ning Xiao. Classmates, the day after tomorrow you will be on the battlefield. It is a struggle where each of you will fight alone. I will be here waiting for your triumphant return. Outside the window, the setting sun lay on the jungle, partly hidden in the clouds, with its light refracting from all around, casting a reddish twilight. Lu Lingxi began to talk about the exam precautions again, though she had already mentioned them many times. The classroom was very quiet, all the students were listening to her. It was unclear whether they were listening to her talk about the exam details or listening to the final high school exam precautions. For quite a while, Wing Qi was the first to jest, Lu Mom, you owe us a hot pot meal. Right, Lu Mom. The boys started to chuckle and laugh again. They seemed to be the carefree young lads they once were. Okay, Lu Lingxi also laughed. After the college entrance exam, I'll treat you all. Pu Xiaohan's deskmate turned back gently, and looking at Pu Xiaohan and Bai Lian she asked, after the exams, will we be able to be in the same city? Or will we ever meet again? Bai Lian sat quietly at her seat, with many pieces of paper on her desk, all classmate autograph books passed to her by classmates or students from other classes. She bowed her head, slowly writing and listening to the other person's words, then slowly lifted her head. The light from the outside window fell on her profile, with her eyebrows and eyes as casual as always, pressing the paper in her hands deliberately with a finger, her voice very soft, we will. Pu Xiaohan hugged her deskmate's shoulder, don't worry, no matter where you go to school, I will come to see you. After the last class ended, Lu Lingxi stood at the lectern, watching all the students pack up and leave. Bai Lian finished the autograph books and handed the stack of papers to Pu Xiaohan, all of which were entrusted by students from other classes to Pu Xiaohan. Pu Xiaohan walked ahead of her, and Bai Lian, one step behind, carrying her backpack, stopped beside Lu Lingxi. She handed Zhang Shi's letter to Lu Lingxi. Zhang Shi's handwriting was so poor that Lu Lingxi recognized it at a glance. Her students were about to take their college exams, and of all the people in the class, even Wing Qi had settled down to study seriously in the latter half of the semester. The only one she hadn't let go of was Zhang Xi's. Lu Lingxi lowered her head to open the letter. Hi, Lu Mom, it's Zhang Xiai's. I never thought I'd be writing to you from a place like this. I'm sorry, Lu Mom, Zhang Shi's letter was very long. Lu Lingxi didn't know. Since the incident with Zhang Xiai's, he had never apologized to anyone, nor admitted his wrongs to anyone, because he didn't feel he was wrong. The only person he had said sorry to was Lu Lingxi. He says he's seriously reforming and studying there, and that he wants to become a lawyer later. Lu Lingxi carefully put away the letter. Then I'm also relieved. June 7th. Early in the morning. Ji Xiaojun and Shen Qing arrived at Ji Hing's yard early to accompany Bai Lian to her college exams. Bai Lian still got up very early, rising at 6 in the morning to read for a while. Shen Qing dressed in festive red for the day. Seeing Bai Lian's room door open, she brought in the food she made in the morning. Alien, why don't you sleep a bit more? Chapter 514, 205 College Entrance Exam, Go Against the Current Straight to the Clouds. Extra chapter from Monthly Pass, _2 She and Ji Xiaojun had arrived yesterday morning, and she had prepared quite a few supplements for Bai Lian over the past 2 days. No need, Bai Lian turned a page of the printout unhurriedly as her phone vibrated several times beside her. I'm accustomed to this time now. The messages were wishes of good luck from Su Nanjing, Sister Yan Luxin, and the others. They all knew she had the college entrance exam today. Except for one person. He-Wen, document. WOC, He-Wen, take a look at this today first. Bai Lian, while having breakfast, glanced at it and replied in a leisurely manner, I can't today. He-Wen, what's wrong? Have you changed your focus recently? Bai Lian, no, Bai Lian, these 2 days are the college entrance exam. On the other side of the phone, He-Wen, absorbed in his research and oblivious to the passage of time, checked the date and realized it was indeed the 7th of June. He was somewhat taken aback. Although Bai Lian had mentioned to him that she was a senior in high school, her effortless communication with him often made him forget that she was a high school senior. Who else is taking the college entrance exam this year? He-Wen asked a team member beside him, tilting his head. The person didn't know either. No idea. Why do you ask? Nothing. He-Wen sent Bai Lian a message saying, good luck on the college entrance exam, before he muttered to himself, I just feel a bit sympathetic towards them. How would this year's college entrance exam candidates fare against Bai Lian? Experimental High School. Lu Lingxi stood at the main entrance. The traffic police were already in place and some students had arrived at the exam site. She had been there since 8 o'clock, watching the road intently. At 8:20, she saw a black electric scooter with the emblem of a Xiangqing local restaurant on it. Lu Lingxi's steps faltered for a moment as she recognized it as the restaurant where Yang Lin worked part-time. Yang Lin was riding the scooter. Lu Lingxi saw her stop and quickly walked over to her. Yang Lin. Yang Lin parked the scooter. Her home was far from here and the restaurant owner, knowing she had the exam today, had let her take the restaurant's delivery scooter home last night. Teacher, Yang Lin removed her helmet and pulled out her bag from the side. Today, she had no one to escort her, but Lu Lingxi had been waiting for her. Lu Lingxi made an sound, touching the patch of hair that Yang Lin had grown out. Did you bring everything? The national paper might be a bit difficult, but don't be nervous. Your teacher will wait for you here until you come out. Yang Lin wanted to say something, her gaze drifting through her bangs towards Lu Lingxi, but she refrained in the end. It seemed that ever since Bai Lian had come, she had rejected others less and less. After what seemed like a long silence, Yang Lin handed her phone to Lu Lingxi. Teacher, could you please look after this for me? Her grandparents were still in the countryside, and she was alone. If Lu Lingxi hadn't come, she probably would have left her phone in the security room. Never in the history of Xiangqing was the college entrance exam as lively as it was this year. The main roads in Xiangqing, particularly those leading to major exam venues, were manned by traffic police, and signs reading, "No honking," were put up. Bai Lian's exam venue was at Experimental High School, which she had visited the previous day with Jiang Fulai. Bai Lian and Shenqing rode in a taxi for examinees from Xiangqing, distinguished by the sign, "Student taking the college entrance exam inside," and almost all the vehicles made way for this taxi. She and Shenqing sat in the back, while Ji Xiaojun was in the passenger seat. It was Bai Lian's first time taking the college entrance exam, and the cars behind their taxi didn't honk their horns, a scene she had never witnessed before. Today, everyone was making way for these high school seniors heading to their battlefield. The people here really cared about their students. At 8:30, their taxi stopped at Experimental High School. There were many people there to see off the examinees. As soon as Bai Lian got out of the car, she saw Jiang Fulai standing under a tree. Today, he wore a deep gray casual jacket, his silhouette tall and straight. Amidst the bustling school entrance, only the space around him was serene. "Xiao Jiang." Shenqing called out to Jiang Fulai and led Bai Lian toward him. Today, Bai Lian wore a white satin blouse embroidered with light yellow flowers at the cuffs and collar, and a peach-colored long skirt that shimmered delicately in the vivid daylight, as though she was wearing jade the color of peach blossoms, the fabric smooth and the luster warm. It seemed that after the graduation photo, she became less resistant to wearing brightly colored clothes. Jiang Fulai stood under the tree, quietly watching Bai Lian approach. Her figure was backlit, her face somewhat indistinct. Watching her walk towards him, he felt momentarily disoriented. Once they reached him, he greeted Shenqing and Ji Xiaojun before looking down at Bai Lian. "Did you bring your pen, ID card, and admission ticket?" Bai Lian raised an eyebrow, not expecting him to say that. "I did." "Good." Jiang Fulai's eyelashes drooped as he said, "You go to the exam room, and I will watch you go in." No one else was allowed to enter the exam site. "Xiao Jiang, we can wait here. Do you want to head back?" Shenqing glanced around, remembering that Jiang Fulai was usually very busy. "It's fine," Jiang Fulai replied softly. Ji Xiaojun looked at Jiang Fulai and then took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, but he said nothing. Jiang Fulai just stood there, watching Bai Lian carry only a pencil case as she walked step by step into the exam room, her silhouette calm and resolute. She marched into battle alone, yet it was as if she had the support of a mighty army at her back. Bai Lian remembered her exam room and seat, and after going through the security check and showing her admission ticket, she went inside. Most of the candidates were already there, and her arrival still drew quite a bit of attention. At 8:50, the two invigilators had calm expressions. After the preparation bell, they distributed the test papers and instructed the examinees, "Everyone, please write your name and admission number first. Don't forget." Bai Lian looked down at the handed-out test paper. National College Entrance Examination Paper, A, Chinese. She glanced at the paper, unzipped her pencil case, and took out the black pen she was used to. At 9 o'clock, the sunlight outside the classroom was just right. Bai Lian looked down at her pen, and pulled off the cap. Lu Lingxi had said they were going into this day alone, but Bai Lian felt she wasn't alone. She took the pen and wrote her name on the answer sheet with bold strokes, Bai Lian. She began what she had truly come to this world for, her first real battle. Today her pen would be her spear, aiming straight for the top amidst the trials. When he saw Bai Lian approach, he turned off his phone, looked up and walked her way, asking, "Was it difficult?" Jiang Fulai handed her the water he was holding. She hadn't turned in her paper early, so it was inevitable that he was curious about the difficulty of the questions. Bai Lian came back to her senses and followed Jiang Fulai to the parking area. Remembering Jiang Fulai's question, she belatedly answered, "Not difficult." By noon, after the morning exam, Weibo Hot Search was already synchronizing with the news. National exam essay question, a post from the news network, followed closely by an explosive indicator. Below it, comments flooded in from onlookers and college students. There weren't many high school seniors commenting because they were preparing for the afternoon math exam. Xinjie, who was in the entertainment industry, knew that today was Bai Lian's college entrance exam and had been following the hot search. Seeing that the Chinese composition topic had exploded, she discussed with Yan Lu, "Netizens are saying this year's essay question was too simple, but the reading comprehension and classical Chinese sections were simply brutal. I wonder how Miss Bai did." Miss Bai has a profound foundation in literature. Yan Lu closed the script book, seriously commenting. The afternoon exam was mathematics. Math has always been the most feared subject by students in both the arts and sciences, and this year's last 3 questions were progressively more difficult. Bai Lian worked her way from the front to the back, not using much of the draft paper on the desk for multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions, only starting to use it for the major problems. This year's third major problem was to prove an inequality where xyz equals 1, to demonstrate that a certain quartic equation in 3 variables was greater than 1. Almost all students in the examination hall wrote "solution" when they encountered this problem. Until it was time to collect the answer sheets and test papers, not a single student spoke. Journalists had been crouching early at the entrance to Xiangqing First High School. Seeing the first student come out, a reporter hurriedly approached with a microphone, asking, "Student, was the math test difficult this year?" Every year, the national exam papers are criticized. The student looked up, and after seeing the camera, he even adjusted his hair. Don't know. The reporter found this interesting. Do you feel that it's difficult to evaluate? Student, no, it's that I didn't understand a single question. Reporter, math was indeed difficult, and the expressions on the students' faces as they left the examination room were wilted. After finishing the exam, Lu Lingxi immediately sent a message in the group, "Everyone forget about this exam as soon as you're done and rest well. Be at peace to welcome the final 2 exams tomorrow." Most students were quite devastated as they exited the examination hall. Chapter 5:16, 206 Difficult to Surpass College Entrance Examination. First update, _2 Mathematics and Mandarin are always headline news during the annual college entrance examination. After the math exam, National College Entrance Mathematics exam quickly topped the trending searches, and the high school seniors who had held in their anxiety all day finally let loose, venting about the difficulty of the math exam. Top comment: frowny face. I've competed in math contests, but I only managed to draw an auxiliary line on the penultimate problem. Smile. Netizens clicked in and indeed saw the provincial team medal that this student had boasted about last year. They were somewhat surprised. It was one thing for the average person to find it difficult, but why was it hard even for a prodigy who made it into the provincial team? In the afternoon, Shen Qing and Ji Xiaojun both waited for Bai Lian at the school gate. Seeing the collapsed state of a group of students, they didn't dare to ask Bai Lian a single question. Jiang Fulai stood beside Bai Lian, looking down and about to ask how Bai Lian did on the math test. Shen Qing cleared her throat lightly. "Xiao Jiang, come have dinner with us tonight." She interrupted Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai just glanced at Bai Lian and didn't ask any more questions. The group returned to Ji Heng's courtyard, where Ji Heng was playing Go with Jiang He. When they arrived, Ji Heng saw Jiang Fulai, let out a sigh of relief, and quickly stood up with his smoking pipe in hand. "Xiao Jiang, come here." Jiang He slowly looked up, saw Jiang Fulai, and his casually swinging legs slowly came to a halt. Jiang Fulai sat casually opposite Jiang He and picked up a white stone at random. 2 minutes later, Jiang Fulai glanced at Jiang He and stood up unhurriedly. "We must respect our elders." Jiang He, Ji Xiaojun and Shen Qing were busy in the kitchen when he received a call from the butler. On the other end of the phone, the butler was standing in the courtyard. What time are you leaving tomorrow? I'll arrange for a car to take you to Beijing. They were going to fly to Jiangjing from Beijing. The college entrance examination would end tomorrow. I can't come back tomorrow, Ji Xiaojun pondered slightly. Let's leave on the 9th in the afternoon. The 9th was the Dragon Boat Festival, and Ji Xiaojun wanted to have a meal with Ji Hing before he left. The butler was silent for a long time. He pressed against his brow, his eyebrows soaked in numerous weathered experiences now revealing his age. That's fine. How did your niece do on the exam? I don't know. Ji Xiaojun rinsed vegetables with one hand, his voice lightening a bit. We heard the math problems were too difficult, so we didn't ask her about it. Wing Chi was stirring things up again. Wing Chi, others lined up to chime in below. Bai Lian put her phone back into her pocket and began gently fidgeting with the pedals again before looking up at Jiang Fulai. Let's go to the hotpot restaurant near the school. Jiang Fulai knew they had a gathering today and led Bai Lian toward the car. As they passed through the crowd, many watched their retreating figures, speculating in whispers whether they were celebrities from somewhere else. Xiangqing remained the same. The girl was still the same girl. The poppies bloomed year after year without fail. Jiangjing. On the last day of the exams, Madame Su took Su Jiyue to the test center. After which, she stayed in the prayer hall the whole time. When the exams ended, she finally came out of the prayer hall, anxiously waiting in the hall for Su Jiyue to return. In the hall, Su En sent a text to ask how Bai Lian had done on the exam. Since she hadn't replied, he worried the child might not have done well. Seeing Madame Su frequently stand up to look towards the main door, he said, "Mom, don't worry. Sit down and wait patiently. The exams are over." How could Madame Su not be anxious? She sat back down and asked the people in the hall, "Do you think Jiyue did well this time?" "Of course," nodded Ji Mulan, who always had great faith in Su Jiyue. "Jiyue is the smartest child I've ever met." The butler even laughed. "Just get ready to celebrate being the top scholar's grandmother." The old lady felt reassured. It was at this moment that a car horn sounded outside. The driver had come to pick up Su Jiyue. Madame Su quickly got up, leaning on her cane, and as soon as Su Jiyue got out of the car, she went over to ask, "Jiyue, how did it go? What do you estimate your score to be?" A student prodigy like Su Jiyue usually had a good idea of their score right after the test. This time, however, Su Jiyue shook her head. "I'm not sure." Su Wenyao, who was looking at his phone, was surprised. Was this year's college entrance exam that difficult? Was it so hard that even Su Jiyue couldn't be sure? "Extremely difficult," said Su Jiyue with her glasses on, speaking politely. "The last problem in both math and physics were types I had never seen before. On my way back, I asked Liang Dog, and he was uncertain too." Su Jiyue and Liang Wuyu were both considered geniuses in Su Wenyo's eyes, especially Liang Wuyu, who had been participating in various competitions since middle school, finished high school curriculum in his freshman year, and by his senior year, he was studying in a laboratory with a mentor. One could say his knowledge had surpassed 99.9% of senior students. Even Liang Wuyu was unsure. How difficult were the questions this year? That hard. Su Wenyao clenched his phone, standing up, surprised. What happened? The difficulty level of the college entrance exam was usually similar each year, unless there was an exception. Su Wenyao remembered that several years ago, there was a particularly hard set of exam questions that came to be known as the toughest college entrance exam ever, and to this day, no other exams had surpassed its difficulty. But this year, what happened? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 517, 207 by Family Clan. Return to Beijing, second watch, _1. As they were talking, Suen glanced at his phone, which lay in his hands. On the screen was the WeChat interface. He had sent several messages to Bai Lian, asking about her gaokao and when she would be coming to Jiangjing. But she hadn't replied the whole time. Listening to Su Wenyao and Su Ziyu's conversation, he opened Bai Lian's profile picture and then sent another message. Suen, even Jiyue and others say this gaokao was tough, don't dwell on it if you've passed. No one from the affiliated school did well. Suen, #%. He sent a long string of comforting words. Nothing much is going on at our school. Su Jiyue put down her pencil case, speaking slowly and softly. The students in our class are all discussing this, many didn't do well. That's strange indeed. Su Wenyao narrowed his eyes slightly. How come the questions were so far beyond the norm this year? If the difficulty of the questions was beyond the norm, the gaokao organizers must have consulted experts, so, why did the expert panel go to such lengths? At first, when Su Jiyue mentioned the difficulty of the questions, old Mrs. Su felt a thump in her heart. Later, when she heard that everyone else also found it difficult, the old lady was relieved. Don't worry about whether the questions were beyond the norm, Jiyue just has to perform as usual. To perform as usual meant ranking in at least the top 3. In Xiangqing, at a hot pot restaurant. Bai Lian saw Su Wen's messages just as Pu Xiaohan was ordering food. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming had just been discussing the last math problem with her, so she hadn't had time to check her phone. Now that she looked, there were a stack of messages on her phone. She scrolled from top to bottom through Su Wen's texts. Bai Lian, tough. Bai Lian. Bai Lian, I'll go to Jiangjing in July, she replied to Su Wen one message at a time. Bai, stop looking at your phone all the time. Wing Qi, sitting opposite Bai Lian, tossed a bottle of liquor to her. Come on, drink up. Bai Lian, holding her phone, didn't even lift her head, and caught the beer with precision. Wing Qi, who often brought mineral water to Bai Lian, Pu Xiaohan, Ning Xiao, and the others during breaks, had become quite close with them. Ning Xiao's outsider friend, Tang Ming, witnessing this for the first time, murmured to himself, so cool. Lu Lingxi had booked 2 private rooms. Most of the people in the class were of legal age now, and with the gaokao over, she had exceptionally ordered alcohol for the class. Nobody should drink too much, safety is the most important thing. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Bai Lian. Seeing Wing Qi hand Bai Lian the drink, Lu Lingxi was about to stop them but saw Bai Lian take the bottle and nonchalantly pull open the tab with one hand. Bai Lian put down her phone, rested her wrist on the table, and casually leaned back in her chair, tapping her slender legs lightly. She was wearing a long dress in ancient Chinese style, but at that moment she was slouching with her leg propped up, sipping her beer with deliberate slowness. With her fine features and a countenance that suggested she had walked out of an ink and wash painting, she appeared elegant and mysterious, yet there was a hint of unruliness about her that made her enigmatic. Every move she made was elegant and charming. The lights in the private room were on, with the harsh glare of the crystal chandelier, which made Lu Lingxi feel somewhat dazzled. It always felt like she was looking at the Bai Lian she knew, yet not the Bai Lian she understood. Lu Mom. Bai Lian turned her head slightly upon noticing the stare, and lazily curved her lips. Lu Mom, what's the matter? Nothing, Lu Lingxi said with a smile and a shake of her head. The gaokao was over, and she really shouldn't be putting pressure on the students, but she still couldn't help but ask, how did you do in the Chinese exam? Lu Lingxi finished speaking and focused on Bai Lian's expression. Bai Lian swirled her beer glass, not too bad. As casual as ever, Lu Lingxi couldn't discern anything from her eyes and didn't ask further. All of you have fun, everything else can wait until the Gaokao results come out. The 9th, Dragon Boat Festival. Bai Lian had just finished lunch with Ji Xiaojun and others at Ji Hing's place. After lunch, Ji Xiaojun had to hurry to Beijing. His plane was in the evening. The person coming to take Ji Xiaojun to Beijing was Xiaojia. Seeing Bai Lian also sitting in the car, Xiaojia recognized her and after a pause, he asked softly, "Mr. Ji, is Miss Bai also going to Jiangjing?" The plane tickets were arranged by the family butler. Only 3 were bought, for Ji Xiaojun, Shen Qing, and Xiaojia. No, Ji Xiaojun sat in the passenger seat, pulling out a cigarette, his gaze still on Purist Street. He said casually, "She's coming with us to Beijing." To Beijing? Xiaojia breathed a sigh of relief. If Bai Lian was going to Jiangjing with them at this time, he wouldn't know how to arrange things. However, Beijing, he started the car and looked into the rearview mirror, wondering what Bai Lian was going to do in Beijing. In the back seat, Bai Lian opened her zither case, pulled out the guzheng, and casually plucked it a couple of times, the strings resonating with a zing-zing sound. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 518, 207 by Family Clan. Return to Beijing, Second Watch, _2 Jian Jian Qiu Shuijing had led several teachers from the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association, along with the official instructors, to Beijing before the college entrance examination. She would arrive later due to the exam. Jiang He stayed at Ji Hing's place in Xiangqing, while Jiang Fulai was delayed accompanying someone at the research institute and was still there. The highway from Xiangqing to Beijing had been rebuilt, and as Xiaojia drove onto the highway while chatting with Ji Xiaojun, he remarked, "When was this road finished? It's a lot smoother to drive on than before." In just 4 months, the changes in Xiangqing were noticeable to him on this visit. The roads were wider, shopping centers and residential developments were thriving, and the flow of people was comparable to that of a second-tier city. "Good policy," Ji Xiaojun said as he watched Purist Street recede into the distance, then withdrew his gaze with a grave tone. Xiaojia had nothing more to say after that. This stretch of highway led straight to Beijing. In less than 7 hours, Xiaojia's car arrived in Beijing. "Miss Bai, where would you like to go?" he asked. Bai Lian gave him an address, the name of a hotel. Xiaojia drove to the destination. Beijing Jiahao Hotel. The car stopped, and Bai Lian's phone rang. Looking down, Bai Lian saw it was Dean Jian calling. She began to pack her violin while answering the call. "Have you arrived in Beijing?" Dean Jian was well informed. "Yes," Bai Lian said, taking her violin case and getting out of the car with a casual tone. Dean Jian hummed in response, "You finished your exams too. Remember the composition you owe Yan Lu. My flight is tomorrow." "I have some ideas, I'll tell you more when you arrive," Bai Lian said, brimming with inspiration after just finishing her exams. As she spoke with Dean Jian, Xiaojia opened the trunk behind her and handed her the little suitcase, which was quite heavy as he lifted it with both hands. "Thank you," Bai Lian said, reaching out to take it. Shen Qing bid farewell to Bai Lian reluctantly, and after getting into the car, she rolled down the window for a last look at Bai Lian standing at the hotel entrance. Seeing Bai Lian disappear from the rearview mirror, Xiaojia grew curious. "Miss Bai, are you writing a song for someone?" He had heard Bai Lian mention composing. "I don't know," Shen Qing was not sure, but Mr. Jian says she's very talented. Mr. Jian? Who was that? Xiaojia had not heard of him before. Jiahao Hotel, a nationwide chain of 5-star hotels, was also the accommodation chosen by the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association for this trip, located close to the headquarters of the Beijing Writers Association. Bai Lian carried her violin with one hand while a hotel attendant pushed her luggage cart and led her to her room. They were waiting for the elevator. The nearest elevator was coming down from the second floor, which housed a restaurant and banquet hall. Many classes chose to gather there for celebrations right after finishing their exams yesterday. Inside the elevator, there were 2 boys and 1 girl. Without young Master Song, "It's dull," the boy shrugged. He was the class president of Beijing International Class. You know, apart from Bai Xiaoqi, no one else can invite him, and Xiaoqi couldn't make it today because she's busy. The boy with a buzz cut beside him rubbed his head. "I heard Song Min didn't do well in math this time." A top student's bad score is still number 1, the girl fiddled with her phone and spoke casually, and with that crazy question, even the class teacher said it was tough, who could do well. The 3 of them were talking when the elevator door opened with a ding. The moment the door opened, it seemed to brighten. Standing outside the elevator was a girl in plain, long dress clothes with her hair pulled back, casually holding a long box. Her other hand played with her phone, seemingly texting someone. Seeing people inside, the girl moved aside, and as she did so, the loose strands of her hair fell down. The 3 students inside the elevator were momentarily stunned by her appearance. The girl in the middle exclaimed in disbelief, "Bai Lian." Hearing her name, Bai Lian looked up. She squinted her eyes as she recognized the student committee member from Beijing High's 12th grade 2nd class, Sun Yi. Class 2 of grade 11 at Beijing High School was a liberal arts class, which was also the class Bai Lian, a former student, had attended for 2 years. Bai Lian glanced at them, didn't speak, but simply stepped aside to bypass them and walked into the elevator. After the elevator doors closed, the 2 boys next to Sunny finally realized what had happened. They were in the international class and had only interacted with Bai Lian for 1 day, but because Bai Lian often went to the international class to find Song Min, they were quite familiar with her. The class president of the international class, Kong Yifan, came back to his senses. Was that Bai Lian who just passed by? "I feel like she's changed a lot. I heard she was in Xiangqing, so how come she's back?" snorted the boy with the crew cut, upon learning it was Bai Lian. "Who knows if she can even make it into Beijing. It's a good thing she left our class, otherwise our class 100% undergraduate rate would have been dragged down by her." Word of Bai Lian's return spread in the Class 2 and international class group chats. The Bai family. Bai Xiaoqi had just finished her college entrance examination the day before, and the patriarch of the Bai family clan came early to discuss the opening of the family shrine with Bai Qiming. Chapter 519, Special Treatment 208, Bai Qiming collides with Bai Lian _1, let's not talk about such matters today. Bai Qiming raised his glass to the Bai clan leader and the Song family members. You already have 2 outstanding family members, so you should at least allow your ancestors to rest for a while. The Bai clan leader wasn't very interested in her either and didn't ask further. How did you learn about the news from Dean Jian? Are you familiar with the Jian family? The young lady was, after all, a girl. Generally, girls were not allowed on the family genealogy, but Bai Lian had made it onto the genealogy because Bai Qiming had specifically asked the clan elders for permission. It wasn't us, it was Xiaoke. Bai Qiming mentioned Bai Xiaoke with a clear smile on his face. He and young master Jian Rong of the Jian family are good friends. The Jian family in Beijing always kept a distance from merchants. Bai Qiming had made a considerable amount of money, but his Bai family's legacy was not long, and although well known in Beijing, they couldn't compare with those clans with deep historical roots, let alone the fact that Jian Zhonghai had an extraordinary brother. I knew Xiaoke was no ordinary person. The Bai clan leader's eyes sparkled as he spoke, pausing for a moment. After the scores are released, set a time to go back to our clan, and let's add Xiaoqi to the genealogy too. Latterly, Bai Shaoke was directly added to the family genealogy, but Bai Shaoqi had not been. Even though Shaoqi had made it to Jiangjing University, she was still a bit short of making it onto the genealogy, but now her brother had made his mark at Jiangjing University. Initially, Bai Shaoke had grown up with his mother and not had many resources. Still, he managed to become the top scholar of Beijing, and at a resource mecca like Jiangjing University, he could only do better and better. Guaranteed postgraduate recommendation and a doctorate were just a matter of time. Upon hearing the Bai clan leader's words, Bai Qiming finally showed a smile on his face. Shaoqi, aren't you going to offer a toast to the elder clan leader? With the Bai clan leader's words, Bai Qiming felt that the position of the next clan leader of the Bai family would very likely be conferred on him. By his side, Bai Shaoqi also let out a sigh of relief and stood up. No one else at the dining table spoke. Lady Song just gave Song Min a glance. Bai Lian had left the Bai family for nearly a year now, and it was just after the college entrance examination. Why did she choose to return during this time? After dinner, Bai Qiming saw the clan leader out, then turned to the butler. Has she returned? The butler knew exactly who a sheath was. No. Bai Qiming frowned but didn't mention Bai Lian again. Did the young master say anything else? Bai Qiming knew Vice President Zhou was as unapproachable as the members of the Jian family. He noticed there was an elderly man beside Vice President Zhou, but Vice President Zhou didn't introduce him. He just smiled, extending an olive branch. I wonder if President Zhou would have the time to attend the party I'm hosting for my daughter at the end of the month. Vice President Zhou smiled but didn't immediately respond. He wasn't close with the Bai family. Bai Qiming still needed to arrange a venue with the hotel, so he planned to exchange a few words with Vice President Zhou before leaving. At that moment, the lift nearby opened and Bai Lian stepped out. Bai Qiming, catching sight of the figure from the corner of his eye, paused mid-sentence. He squinted at Bai Lian's figure. Today she was wearing a white, loose-fitting t-shirt with two diagonally crossed green bamboos embroidered on it, simple and elegant. Her demeanor was restrained. She was a stark contrast to the rebellious and uneducated Bai Lian in Bai Qiming's memory. When he first saw Bai Lian, Bai Qiming was taken aback for quite some time. Beside Bai Qiming, Vice President Zhou took a step forward as Qiu Shuijing said to Bai Lian, "Perfect timing, the car is waiting outside." "I'm late, I'm sorry." Bai Lian didn't look at Bai Qiming but apologized to Qiu Shuijing. "I didn't realize you were waiting for me downstairs." Vice President Zhou smiled and explained to Bai Lian, "Miss Bai, I told Master Qiu not to disturb you, worried that it might interrupt your practice." Qiu Shuijing led Bai Lian outside. "Vice President, you'll take her to wait outside for you." As he escorted Bai Lian out, they both ignored Bai Qiming. Vice President Zhou was still curious who the special class member was, so he said to Bai Qiming, "Mr. Bai, let's meet again some other time." As Vice President Zhou spoke to Bai Qiming, the smile on his face faded, becoming more formal. It was clear that he had a good relationship with Bai Lian. Bai Qiming came to his senses, almost subconsciously asking, "President Zhou, how do you know my daughter? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Dean Jian had 2 personal assistants, being a busy man with 3 students, a school to manage, and the Cultural Bureau's Guzheng issues. His assistants were people who had been with him for a while. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Bai Lian sat across from Dean Jian and leisurely poured herself a cup of tea. It takes time. Oh, when Dean Jian arrived, he saw high school graduates taking group photos downstairs and thought of Bai Lian. How did the exams go for you? What he really wanted to ask was, can you really make it to Jiang University? Bai Lian's eyes drifted toward the window, and she just smiled, not bad. She replied. College entrance exam. Lao Hu's face was expressionless. Was she a college entrance exam candidate? So, was she going to Jiangyin next? Lao Hu could already predict how lively it would be at Jiangyin once Dean Jian's favored person arrived. There's a national-style music festival in Beijing in a few days. I have a program. Why don't you go look for some inspiration? Dean Jian remembered this and drank some tea, then looked down at the teapot, surprised. When had this damned hotel's tea gotten so good? National-style music consisted of instruments like guzheng, pipa, bamboo flute. Bai Lian also took a sip of tea, her eyes narrowing slightly, lazily saying, it depends. Her dog friend was still waiting for her. She had a bit of a headache. This trip to Beijing was not only for the Calligraphy Association but also to check on that person for the original owner of her body. Next to Dean Jian, Lao Hu, with an impassive face, was thinking. A program by Dean Jian was something others would vie for intensely. Dean Jian personally invited her, and she could still say, it depends. It must be you, Bai Jian. It wasn't just Dean Jian who was concerned about how Bai Lian did on her exams. Beijing High School. In the principal's office, he spoke to Gui Wuqing. Mrs. Gua, I'm well acquainted with the principal of Beiyin, but I'm not sure I can get the tickets. You also know who is going to be there. Students from Jiangyin will all rush over. I understand. Gui Wuqing set down her gift, her smile gentle. Shaoke and Shaoqi have troubled you with so many things. Next month, Shaoke is going to have dinner with Professor Jiang. I wonder if you might be available. Professor Jiang, a professor at Jiangjing University. Also the teacher of Bai Shuk's lab, the principal replied gravely, Mrs. Gua, don't worry. Gui Wuqing nodded at him, then left. After she left, the homeroom teacher of the international class came in from outside. Looking at the gift Gui Wuqing had left, he told the principal, Bai Lian has returned. Bai Lian. What has she come back for? The principal was stunned. I saw it in the class group. The homeroom teacher thought of the last scores he saw. Bai Lian was weak in the sciences, but her mathematics were always perfect. Math is so difficult. Do you think she can still get a perfect score this time? The principal wasn't sure what to think either, and Gui Yuqing's intentions were easy to guess. But he couldn't see through Bai Lian. With such good grades, why didn't she show it when she was at Beijing High School?